Good morning, and thanks for joining us this Monday morning, February 1st, for live coverage of today's spacewalk aboard the International Space Station. I'm Leah Cheshire, and we are here live in Mission Control, Houston, at the NASA Johnson Space Center. This is a live feed from the space station's Quest airlock, where astronauts are continuing procedures to prepare themselves for the airlock for today's extravehicular activity, the 234th spacewalk in the history of station assembly and maintenance. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to last approximately 6.5 hours. Today's spacewalkers are NASA astronauts Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover. It's Hopkins' fourth spacewalk, and he'll be EV1, wearing red stripes around the legs on his spacesuit. And it's the second spacewalk for Victor Glover, who is EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2, and will have no stripes at the bottom of his spacesuit. This is, as we mentioned, the 234th spacewalk in the history of station assembly and maintenance. It's the second spacewalk in the last week for this duo, who ventured outside the hatch last Wednesday. As you can see inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, NASA astronaut Kate Rubins helping the crew members get suited up today, assisted by JAXA astronaut, or Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut, Soichi Noguchi. Today, Hopkins and Glover will address a variety of tasks, including installation of a final lithium-ion battery adapter plate on the P4 truss that will wrap up battery replacement work begun in January 2017. Hopkins and Glover will remove another grapple fixture bracket on the same truss segment, replace an external camera on the starboard truss, install a new high-definition camera on the Destiny laboratory, and replace components for the Japanese robotic arms camera system outside the Cabot module. Let's take a look in more detail of what we can expect to see today.
Translate to the 4 Alpha Integrated Equipment Assembly, where EV1 installs a scoop on the direct current switching unit, and EV2 stows a tool bag onto the adapter plate. The crew work together to remove the adapter plate from slot 2 and bring it to slot 6. To install the adapter plate, the EV crew drive 2 bolts on the adapter plate. EV1 drives 1 bolt on the lithium-ion battery in slot 5. EV2 uses a ratchet wrench to break torque on the direct current switching unit, and then resets the torque at a lower value with the pistol grip tool. EV2 connects the adapter plate to the lithium-ion battery, completing the circuit for the 4 Alpha 3 power channel. EV1 translates to the 4 Alpha Beta gimbal assembly. EV1 removes the H-fixture in preparation for a future EVA. EV1 then returns to the airlock. EV2 previously returned to the airlock and now goes to the external stowage platform 2. EV2 removes a portable foot restraint and installs it onto the robotic arm, and then ingresses. The robotic arm takes EV2 to the camera port 3 worksite at the S1 lower outboard location. EV1 brings out the replacement camera group to the worksite. With both crew at the worksite, EV2 releases 3 bolts and removes the failed camera group. The crew swap out the failed and replacement units. Then EV2 installs and drives 3 bolts. EV1 then returns the failed unit to the airlock. The arm flies EV2 over to the US laboratory module and the camera port 13 worksite. EV2 installs an external high-definition camera onto the current camera group. EV2 mates connections and installs a strap before returning to the external platform 2. Since there are no further arm operations during this EVA, EV2 will egress the arm and remove the portable foot restraint. After EV1 stows the failed camera group 3 in the airlock, he retrieves the new wrist vision equipment box and translates along the US laboratory and Node 2 module, then under the Japanese experiment module to the exposed facility. At the base of the Japanese robotic arm, EV1 stows a tool bag carrying the wrist vision equipment. This box provides a camera view and light to support arm operations. EV1 installs a scoop, which is a handling aid, onto the failed wrist vision equipment box, and then removes the box. Then installs the new wrist vision equipment box and removes the handling aid from that and stows that in the tool bag. EV1 retrieves the tool bag with the failed wrist vision equipment and then retraces his path along the Japanese experiment module, the Node 2 module, to the US laboratory. EV1 goes to the base of the camera port 13 stanchion and will mate the Ethernet cable to the wireless access port cable of the newly installed external high-definition camera. Both crew return to the airlock. EV2 ingresses, followed by EV1, completing the planned test for ISS upgrades to EVA.
You and Kate can pick up in step 4.
And that was another look at what we can expect to see our spacewalkers accomplish today.
Copy, makes sense. So we will pick up step 4 to 14.
Moscow Station, space to ground 2.
And so each
Go ahead.
one of EMU pre-breathe is confirmed.
Sergey.
So much. So we have.
Sergey, the first is finished with vacuum cleaning the ventilation system in the service module, and would like your go to re-enable a fire and smoke detection system and re-enable the smoke detectors. I also would like to get your go to start my velo exercise early so that it doesn't clash with the EVA prep activities. And then after I'm finished with my velo exercise in its entirety, we'll go back to cargo transfer and stowage.
The crew is running a little bit behind schedule today, about an hour on today's timeline. EVA prep is very complex. EVA standing for extravehicular activity, or spacewalk. And sometimes we run early on those steps, and sometimes you run a little behind. So the crew is a little bit behind today's schedule, but everything's still proceeding smoothly.
Принято 10:40, включил пожар обнаружения.
You have 4 astronauts in the frame currently. They are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. But there are a total of 4 NASA astronauts, 1 JAXA astronaut, or Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, and 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station currently.
Perform step 8 out in node 1 to help with any O2 concerns in the airlock.
Houston copies.
Our current NASA astronauts on board are Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover, today's 2 spacewalkers, Kate Rubins, who you just heard speaking with Houston, and NASA's Shannon Walker. Also on board are Soichi Noguchi of JAXA, who is just out of frame, and Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kudzverchkov of Roscosmos. While Hopkins and Glover will be today's crew members outside the hatch, Rubins will command the Canadarm2 during the spacewalk from inside the station. The International Space Station itself is currently flying about 266 statute miles an hour over the South Pacific Ocean. And we're live from Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Teams have been walking the crew through their suit-up and pre-breathe and other spacewalk preparations this morning. Today's flight director is Vincent LaCourte. He is leading all of the flight controllers on the ground through today's spacewalk. And the Capcom is Drew Feustel. He's on hand to speak with the astronauts and will hand over communications to the ground IV once the Quest hatch is closed and depressurization is underway. The ground IV, or the person relaying the information to the 2 spacewalkers as they move throughout their tasks, is NASA astronaut Bob Hines. And the lead spacewalk officer for today is Sandy Fletcher. She'll be overseeing the team, monitoring the suit information, and walking through the procedures and feeding information to the teams on the ground. The astronauts are currently in the pre-breathe portion of their preparations today. At nominal pressure, the suit is about 4.3 psi, or pounds per square inch. And to put that into context, the atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth's surface is about 14.7 psi. That's also similar to the pressure of the inside of the International Space Station, with a mixed oxygen-nitrogen environment, again, much like on Earth. To put that into context, 4.3 psi is similar to what you'd experience at about 30,000 feet elevation. That low pressure in the spacewalk allows much more flexibility, which is crucial when flexing the rigid gloves for the 6.5-hour spacewalk. As we mentioned, the crew members are in their pre-breathe portion of preparations. You can see some flashes on your screen. Looks like Soichi Noguchi is getting some photos of the crew. But the pre-breathing consists of two phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. If you have ever scuba dived or you're familiar with it, this can help you prevent the bends. In the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits and conducts something called the in-suit light exercise, or ILE, moving their arms and legs ever so slightly, raising their metabolic rate to help speed up getting rid of that excess nitrogen. Some information about the spacesuits that our astronauts are wearing today. The astronauts refit their suits once they're in space to account for any spinal elongation or fluid shifting that has occurred since they arrived in microgravity. The spacesuit itself is called an EMU, or an extravehicular mobility unit. It's essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft, and each contains its own portable life support system. The suit has 6 layers and provides atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection. Because the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times a day, there are points throughout the spacewalk when the astronauts are in direct light of the sun, and other times when they are in complete darkness. These cooling and thermal units help regulate their temperature as their environment fluctuates from one extreme to another.
Airlock Houston, stop exercise.
That call from the ground to the astronauts as they continue that in-suit light exercise, or ILE, pre-breathe portion of their preparations today, helping to purge that excess nitrogen from their bodies ever so slightly, raising their metabolic rate. We're in a brief expected handover of our satellite system called the TDRS, or Tracking Data and Relay Satellite Systems, and we can expect to regain communications and video of the crew shortly.
Airlock Houston, begin exercise.
And that call to remind the astronauts to begin their in-suit light exercise. That cycle includes 4 minutes of the light exercise and 1 minute resting. In the center of your screen, you can see astronaut Bob Hines. That's whose voice you will hear speaking with the spacewalkers once depressurization begins, when they are inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, preparing to venture outside. The crew member at the top of your screen in the spacesuit is Victor Glover. You can see him holding a tool that we'll see used throughout the day today. That's the PGT, or pistol grip tool. It's essentially a drill that will help the astronauts remove bolts and install bolts as well.
This is station number 1 for the pre-egress.
Go ahead, Soichi.
So now the step up, we completed up to step 14 and understand the MEDOX and the safer comes much later in the flow.
That's affirmative.
You may have heard Soichi Noguchi mention the SAFER. That is the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. It's a compressed nitrogen-powered backpack, essentially, that would allow a crew member to maneuver independently of the space station. It's primarily intended for use if a spacewalker became detached from the station and needed to maneuver back. However, being tethered at all times, we don't expect to see that happen.
Airlock Houston, stop exercise.
This view into the airlock, you can see our two astronauts, Michael Hopkins on the left and Victor Glover on the right, and behind them is the crew lock portion of the airlock. You can also see some of their tools that they'll need throughout the day, and other equipment are already inside the crew lock portion. The spacesuits you see our crew members wearing today weigh approximately 315 pounds on Earth. Of course, that number is reduced to nearly nothing when in microgravity. But our spacewalkers do get the opportunity and have many of those to practice what it's like to participate in a spacewalk on Earth, and they use the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here in Houston to do so. The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is a large pool, 40 feet deep, and holds 6.2 million gallons of water. Inside the pool are mock-up portions of the International Space Station. The astronauts get fully suited up, and they get the opportunity to feel what it's like to be neutrally buoyant. It's the closest thing you can get on Earth to what it might be like to spacewalk outside the space station.
Airlock Houston, begin exercise.
Another feature of the suits that you can see clearly here, on Michael Hopkins' right arm, you can see a wrist mirror. The primary reason the crew wears wrist mirrors is to be able to see the switches and labeling on the front of the suit that is out of their view. This includes the volume, display contrast, and cooling settings. Labeling on the front of the suits is written in mirror image because it's intended to be read via the mirror.
Airlock Houston, stop exercise. Airlock Houston, begin exercise, and we're halfway through. This is the start of cycle 6.
The astronauts are continuing the pre-breathe portion of their steps today for the spacewalk. The in-suit light exercise is scheduled to last 50 minutes. And as we mentioned, this spacewalk preparation is very complex, and the astronauts are running a bit behind today. Sometimes you run early and sometimes late, and so making sure that everyone is safe before they head out of the airlock is the main priority.
Airlock Houston, stop exercise. Airlock Houston, begin exercise.
The International Space Station is currently flying 262 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean. Our spacewalkers are suited up and continuing the pre-breathe process prior to today's spacewalk. Some more information about the spacesuits. Engineers on the ground take about 80 measurements, 80, to ensure each spacewalker has the best fitting spacesuit. There are about 16 major elements that compose this spacesuit. That includes 3 different sizes of torsos, 8 sizes of elbow joint pieces, 2 sizes of adjustable waists, 5 sizes of knee joint pieces, and 65 sizes of gloves or custom fitted gloves. The astronauts can also add padding as needed to various parts of the spacesuits for comfort and better fit.
Airlock Houston, begin exercise, and this is the start of cycle 8. Houston, stop exercise. Airlock Houston, begin exercise.
NASA astronauts Victor Glover at the top of your screen and Michael Hopkins continue to step through their spacewalk prep procedures before about 6.5 hours outside of the hatch today. Their first task will be the adapter plate relocation on the P4 truss. This is the final work to complete the battery upgrades aboard the space station. Prior to today's spacewalk, flight controllers on the ground robotically removed the final 2 nickel hydrogen batteries and installed the last lithium-ion battery. Those nickel-hydrogen batteries had originally been replaced with a lithium-ion battery on March 22, 2019. However, that battery failed after installation. And on the next spacewalk, which was USA Spacewalk 53 by Christina Cook and Nick Hague, about a week later, released the bolts on that new lithium-ion battery, which was removed and replaced by those nickel-hydrogen batteries. The adapter plate being installed today helps connect the new lithium-ion batteries with the space station and completes the circuit needed for the power to flow. The power stored in the batteries is gathered through the station's solar arrays when it is in sunlight, which happens every 45 minutes. It switches between sunlight and nighttime as it orbits the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour. The solar arrays gather that power, which is then converted by a battery charge discharge unit and stored in the battery for usage when the space station is in an orbital nighttime.
Airlock Houston, stop exercise. That's the end of cycle 9. One more to go. Airlock Houston, begin exercise.
If you look closely, you can spot another tool the astronauts will be using today, and that is the procedures on their left arm. You can see Michael Hopkins down at the bottom of your screen and Victor Glover's near the center and top of your screen. That's essentially a playbook for the astronauts to reference during the spacewalk. Spacewalks are physically demanding tasks, but astronauts on the International Space Station work out for approximately 2 hours every day in order to keep their bone and muscle density strong.
Airlock Houston, stop exercise.
Station on 1, understand exercise complete, so we will pick up the MEDOX replacement shortly, if you guys are.
Yes, Soichi, we're ready to pick up in step 15 of EMU pre-breathe.
We're picking up step 15, which is 2.120, MEDOX replacement crude. We use 3006 and the 3009.
Yep, those are the numbers we expect, and we're ready for you to continue.
Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi talking with NASA astronaut Drew Feustel here on the ground. With that, the pre-breathe portion of the EVA procedures is complete. We're in another expected satellite handover with our TDRS satellite system, and we expect to regain communications and video of the crew shortly. In the meantime, this is a live look inside Mission Control Houston and the team that will be leading the spacewalk today.
We see the serial number, Kate. Thanks.
The International Space Station is currently flying 265 statute miles over Kazakhstan. That is where Kate Rubins at the top of your screen and her Roscosmos cosmonaut colleagues, Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kudzverchkov, will land later this year.
On 1, step 11, past the clock, and the time is 11:40.
Houston copies 11:40.
And we're in another satellite handover as our astronauts continue preparations for today's spacewalk. You can see NASA astronaut Bob Hines there in the center of your screen. He will serve as the ground IV and will be relaying procedures and tasks to the astronauts once depressurization begins and after they exit the hatch. Standing in that photo and to the left of your screen now you can see Vincent Lacourt. He's today's flight director, working with all of the flight controllers here in the Mission Control Houston.
Houston Station on step 1. Step 19, all the metal canisters are 0018 and 0020, then stored inside the crew lock, equipment lock.
Good number, Soichi.
Space Ground 1, step 21, first clock restarted, time is 11:44. I mean, we restarted the PB clock, use of PB prep.
Houston copies 11:44.
Station on 1, step 22, manual leak check is complete with the good leak check. We're going back to the 1.225 and step 16.
We copy good leak check, and we're with you in step 16.
Okay, we're going to start the safer dawning from EV1 Ike with safer 1018.
All right, we're good with that.
Confirmation of a good leak check of the suits coming from JAXA astronauts Soichi Noguchi.
And Houston, we're going to take this.
As we mentioned, the first task for the astronauts today will be the installation of an adapter plate, the final upgrade to the space station's battery system. Following that, Michael Hopkins will move to the P4 truss and work to remove an H-fixture. This will be removed for future power system upgrades. The crewmates will then work to upgrade or install 3 separate cameras. One camera will be a replacement on the starboard truss. Another camera will be installed on the Destiny laboratory. And the final is to remove and replace a camera on the Japanese robotic arms camera system outside the Kibo module. The next major preparation in today's spacewalk is the donning of the SAFER. You can see Soichi Noguchi is opening that right now. That stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. That'll be attached to the back of the suit, and it looks like Victor Glover's is being installed first. It's essentially a backpack. It's compressed nitrogen, and it allows a crew member to move on their own from the space station. We don't expect to see a SAFER be used because those are intended primarily in case a spacewalker were to become detached from the International Space Station. However, the spacewalkers are tethered at all times. Kate Rubens and Soichi Noguchi are finishing up installing that safer, simplified aid for EVA rescue backpack on Glover and are now moving him into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once the spacewalkers are outside of the hatch today, Victor Glover will be conducting part of today's work while on the end of the Canadarm2. Kate Rubens will be inside, controlling the arm's movement robotically. Astronauts Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubens preparing to put the simplified aid for EVA rescue, or safer, backpack on Mike Hopkins. He is today's lead spacewalker, or EV1. That stands for Extravehicular Crew Member 1. And once outside, you'll be able to distinguish who is who thanks to the red stripes on Hopkins' spacesuit. You'll be able to see them around the legs on his suit. Hopkins and Glover now both inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once the crew members and the ground are satisfied, the hatch will be closed between the crew lock and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock. We'll wait for the call for depressurization to begin. Once that occurs, communication with the spacewalkers will change from NASA astronaut Drew Feustel, who has been serving as the Capcom, to NASA astronaut Bob Hines, who will be the ground IV today and relay information and tasks to the spacewalkers. Once depressurization of the crew lock portion is complete and down to nearly zero, that will equate it to the outside environment of outer space, Glover is positioned to open the airlock and begin today's spacewalk. Rubens and Noguchi are now moving one of the upgraded cameras into the airlock, preparing the astronauts for today's spacewalk with this equipment that they'll be installing later in the day. Today's spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours. Here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, Flight Director Vincent LaCourte just polled the team, all reporting that they are go for today's spacewalk. As you can see, Rubens and Noguchi are working to move that new HD camera into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where we currently have our spacewalkers Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover. And with both spacewalkers and the tools and hardware they will need for today's tasks inside, Rubens and Noguchi have closed the airlock hatch between the crew and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock.
Station Space Ground 1 for the pre-brief.
Good morning, station on Space to Ground 1. We're here and ready to support. Go ahead.
Sure. We completed up to step 73, and you guys take care of step 74 and above.
Station, we copy. You've completed 73, and we're in work for 74, 75, and 76, and stand by for hot mic for the EV crew. Airlock Houston, Space to Ground 1. Good morning, Hopper and Ike. Just a heads up, you guys are now hot mic, and for the IV crew, we're go for step 77.
And Hopper copies, guys are on clear, group. Step 77. Ike copies, heavy down clear as well. And Hopper in UIA, check the depress power OFF. Depress pump power OFF. Check the depress pump enable LEDs on. On. Go in. Thank you. And Houston Station Space Ground 1, we're coming up to step 80, moving on to the depress repress cue card.
Airlock Houston on Space Ground 1, you have a go to move into step 80 for the crew lock depress repress cue card. You're a go to start the depress.
Thank you. All right. EV2, Hopper, UIA, switch depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds for complete start. Depress pump power on. Go in. All right, step 2, EV2, depress pump manual ISO is open. EV, expect alert go.
Open.
And monitor suit speed gauge less than 5.5.
EV1. EV2. Airlock P, 12.5. EV1 up. And your left foot is kind of right in that adjustable. There you go. Just don't want it to get up there. Is that your leg? Yeah. Can you move them to, are you possible to move right? Or are you all the way up against the wall? I'm pretty much up against the wall, but I can come forward. Okay, it's cool. I feel like this. Airlock P, 10.9. Airlock P, 9.0.
The next action is when the cool off becomes 6.0, you hit a left tone, and at 5.0, you close the manual throttle. Copy.
3-2 copies, offer copies.
Depressurization continues of the crew log portion of the Quest airlock with Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover inside. The crew is working to bring the pressure inside that portion of the airlock down to as close to a vacuum as possible. That way, when they open the hatch, the environment is similar to that of outer space. Another quick satellite handover of the tracking data and relay satellite systems, and this view in Mission Control Houston. Meanwhile, the International Space Station is flying about 270 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean.
RT 6.0.
Copy 6.0.
Mike Hopkins reporting the pressurization of the airlock. Now it's 6.0 psi, or pounds per square inch, and the suit itself is about 4.3 pounds per square inch, or what you would experience at around 30,000 feet elevation on Earth. The atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth is about 14.7 psi. That would be at sea level, and that's similar to the International Space Station. So the inside of the suit's pressure is much lower, and that allows for more flexibility.
Copy 5.4. You will close the man ISO at 5.0.
Me too.
All of the work during a spacewalk is performed with the astronauts' hands. Of course, they use their hands to move along the space station and to do the work itself. So that lower pressure inside the spacesuit allows for more flexibility inside their gloves during the 6.5-hour spacewalk.
5.1. Manual isolation valve is closed.
Copy. EV1, EV2, display to status until leak check question mark displayed.
EV1, 2.
Okay, switch display to yes, hold for 2 seconds, follow displayed instructions.
EV1, 2. EV1, leak check complete. EV2.
Great. EV1, EV2, check O2 act EVA.
In order. EV1. EV2.
Copy. EV2, upper, depress pump non-ISO, open. EV members switch electron.
Okay, depress pump manual isolation valve is open.
And step 8, I did open the emergency FTEP. EV1, EV2, monitor soup feed gauge less than 5.5.
EV1, 2.
Good. Your next action, Hopper, when the cool off is 2.0, you will close the manual ISO, then the pump power will off.
EV2.
Some quick backflips from Japanese Exploration Aerospace Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi, who is no stranger to being in space. He is actually one of only 3 people to have ever flown in 3 different spacecraft. That includes the Space Shuttle, the Soyuz, and most recently, SpaceX's Crew Dragon.
YT 3.0.
Copy 3.0.
Airlock P 2.0.
Copy, EV2, depress pump manual ISO closed, and UIA depress pump power off.
Depress pump power off, OFF.
Copy. Hey, Houston Station 1, Farmer, this is a great time to hand over. You take step 11 and beyond.
And Houston, copy station, got you loud and clear. Hopper and Ike, how do you read me?
E1, Ike has you loud and clear. E2, Hopper has you loud and clear.
All right, great. It's a beautiful day. Let's go for a walk outside. Ready for your tether? Ready for your tether configurations when you are.
All right. EV1, my waist tether is to Hopper's safety tether anchor. Both gates are closed. Both are locked, black on black. The small hook from my waist tether is gate closed, shutter lock, black on black to my right D-ring extender. Also on my right D-ring extender is my red hook. It is closed and locked, black on black. That red reel is unlocked, and it has a green hook locked to the reel. Sliders closed, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. The yellow hook from that reel is locked, closed, black on black to my green reel. That green reel is unlocked, and that hook, the safety tether anchor, is to my mini workstation.
Okay, that sounds like a good config. Ready for Hopper's config.
Okay, for Hopper ED2, attached to the airlock D-ring extender is the airlock waist tether. Small hook is black on black. No close, slider lock, black on black through full test. The large hook of that waist tether is attached to the large hook of my waist tether. Both of those are bail closed, slider lock, black on black, good full test. Small hook of my waist tether is attached to my right D-ring extender. Bail closed, slider lock, black on black, good full test. My safety tether config, I've got a red hook that is attached to my right D-ring extender. And that is bail closed, slider lock, black on black, good full test. The red reel is unlocked. Yellow hook from the red reel is attached to my green reel. Bail closed, slider lock, black on black, good full test. The green hook from my green reel is attached to the red reel, and it is bail closed. Slider is not locked, but it is attached. And my anchor hook is attached to Ike's waist tether, large hook, bail closed, slider lock, black on black, full test.
Okay, copy that. That's a good tether config. On your DCMs, when the DPDT is approximately 0, you guys can expect an alert tone. And then when the EV hatch is less than 0.5 psi, you can open the hatch.
Happy Farmer currently shows 1.5.
Roger that.
And I got one more for you, Farmer. I've got a red for my BRT to crew lock back 2.
And we copy.
NASA astronauts Michael Hopkins and Victor Glover reporting their tether configurations as they are now inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, continuing depressurization. And they're reporting down here to Houston and Mission Control. And astronaut Bob Hines, you may hear him referred to as Farmer, that is his call sign, and you may hear him referred to the astronauts as Hopper, that's Mike Hopkins, and Ike, or Victor Glover. You'll also hear the voice of Kate Rubens. Today, she will be the lead for the Canadarm2, controlling that robotically from inside the space station, while Victor Glover is outside on the end of the arm.
And Farmer from Hopper, I also have my BRT ret is to crew lock bag 1, and the small hook from that large small is to the D-ring extender as well.
Okay, copy that. Good config. Nice to see the Air Force Test Pilot School so well represented today.
Nicely said.
Fly Navy.
Semper Supra.
The former, the differential gauge is at 0.8.
Copy that, Jack.
Former, the gauge is 0.6.
Copy that.
Depressurization continues in the airlock ahead of today's spacewalk, and the International Space Station is now flying 260 miles off the east coast of Brazil.
I still show the gauge at 0.6.
Copy that. We're showing a slow decrease.
Okay.
And Ike, we're showing below 0.5, so you have a go to open the EV hatch and stow it.
Okay, I copy. It worked. Need to come a little bit towards you, Hopper. Okay.
Victor Glover has received the go to open the hatch to the outside of the International Space Station. However, the spacewalk won't officially begin until the spacesuits are turned onto internal battery power.
Right, lock lever. Locked. Clockwise to the latch.
You can see the hatch thermal cover now open.
With the hatch unlatched, Farmer, I'm showing 0.3 on that differential gauge. You know.
Okay, copy that, Ike. And Kate or Suichi, whoever wants it, we can go ahead and close the emergency MPEF.
Farmer, MPEF is closed. Emergency MPEF is closed.
Copy that, thanks. Ike and Hopper, both of you switch power to battery and stagger your switch throws. Expect a warning tone.
Farmer, still opening the hatch.
And once you've done that, check your display switches are functional.
Roger. Okay, hatch is open. EB1, power to bat. Display switch is functional.
FI. Power to bat. display switch is functional.
Copy that. Hopper on the UIA, switch power for both EV1 and EV2 to off and verify all 4 LEDs are off.
Okay, power EV1 off. LEDs are off. Power EV2 off.
Copy. Both of you can disconnect your SCU from the DCM and install the DCM cover and put the SCUs in the pouch.
V1, V2, and work. V1 SCU in the pouch. V2 SCUs in the pouch.
Copy that. Hopper, check the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Closed.
Put your temperature control valves to max hot.
In work. In work. V1 max hot. V2 max hot.
Copy. Copy. Switch your water to on.
V1 water on. V2 water on.
Check your DCM's blank and the bite is off.
V1 blank bite off. V2 blank bite off.
Okay, you can both set your TCVs as desired, and then check your suit pressure gauges between 4.2 and 4.4 PSI and report to us.
And with the suit switched to internal battery power, the spacewalk has officially begun at 6:56 a.m. Central Time.
Copy.
V2 cooling is set to 5 and 4.3 on the gauge.
Okay, copy the pressures. That all sounds good. You guys are in a day pass. I'm sure you can see it, so visors as desired. Okay, Ike, we can see the thermal cover opened, so if you can verify that forward airlock hatch pit pin is engaged, and then with that, you have to go to egress with your crew lock bag.
Stand by.
As the astronauts prepare to egress and start today's tasks, the International Space Station is flying 261 statute miles over the border between Morocco and Algeria.
Okay, they're on the forward hinge. There's a forward and an aft, and the forward and aft pins are both engaged.
Copy that. Good words, and you have a go to egress.
E1. All right, Farmer.
Ike, safety tether, anchor hook, is locked on the forward starboard airlock circular D-ring.
Copy that. You said gates closed and hook locked on that?
Gate closed, it's locked, black on black. A good full test.
Copy, good words. And then Hoppers is going over on handrail 554.
Work. And on the port side of that, correct?
Stay firm, good words.
The first astronaut out of the hatch today is NASA's Victor Glover. You can tell him apart because he has no red stripes on his spacesuit. He is EV2, or extravehicular crew member 2, for today.
Copies, it is complete. And Ike, the airlock waist tether, the large hook is going on that handrail.
Copy that.
Yeah, and we copy all that. Sounds like a good tether config. And Hopper, when ready, you got to go to egress with your crew lock bag as well.
Ike, you ready?
I'm out, and you have a go.
Roger, it's coming out.
Now egressing or exiting the hatch is Mike Hopkins, EV1 extravehicular crew member 1, and you'll be able to spot him today thanks to those red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit.
Okay. Is now going with ED1. And for 1, 2, 3 tabs are up. The two safer handles are down. I do not see a green light on the WDS. You guys getting WDS?
Yeah, negative. We are not getting WVS, so if you can double check that the button is on.
Yeah, for both of us?
Yeah, I'm a good green light, Hopper.
Yep, okay. Okay, I have a good green light now? Roger that. Okay, I'm looking at, and I see a green light. I see a good safety tether configuration, and I see a good crew lock bag in the BRT.
All right, so EV2 or EV1, I see a good green WDS light. 2 mini workstation tabs, 1 BRT tab for 3 tabs up. See your left safer handle is down, your right safer handle is down, and your hand control module door is closed. Your safety tether config from the anchor all the way to your load alleviating strap. Looks good. Got 2 reels unlocked.
Okay.
Good crew lock bag on your BRT.
All right, show us in a good config.
Yeah, it sounds like a good config down here. If we can get a baseline glove and hap check from both of you.
EV1, half is dry. And gloves look like they did before I came out. EV2 dry half, same on the gloves. No changes.
You heard the astronauts discussing their WVS, that stands for Wireless Video System. Today we should expect to see some views from the astronauts' helmets themselves. Those are their helmet cameras.
Lead as you go.
Mike Hopkins is wearing helmet camera number 18, and Victor Glover is wearing helmet camera number 20.
The thermal cover is closed.
And one more reminder for both of you, when you get up to phase 1, avoid contact with the TUS cable.
That's a handover of our tracking data and relay satellite systems. This view now inside Mission Control Houston. The astronauts are going to be moving on to their first task of today, which is the adapter plate relocation, the final work to complete the battery upgrades aboard the station that began in January 2017.
All right, Alpha, I'm on phase 1 as well. Roger?
Yes, sir, guys.
No worries, the thermal cover is closed.
Copy that. Good words, and if you missed it, classic error on my part at the LOS, but avoid contact with the TUS cable up there in phase 1.
V1, V2.
The astronauts reporting that the thermal cover is closed on the airlock. The hatch itself stays open after the astronauts egress in case they need to quickly re-enter the space station in event of emergency. But things moving smoothly today with our spacewalk beginning at 6:56 a.m. Central Time.
51.
The astronauts will both revisit the airlock later today following their first task.
Hopper's green hook is at 3651.
Okay, copy that. You can go ahead and continue out to the 4 Alpha IEA, and then as you get to the Sarge, if you can give us a gauntlet check, please.
TV1.
Astronauts now moving out to their first work site of the day, the 4A IEA, that's the Integrated Electronics Assembly, to begin adapter plate relocation.
EV2 is at the green hook location. Green reel is locked.
The number 18 in the bottom right-hand view of your screen denotes that this is helmet cam number 18 belonging to Michael Hopkins today.
Okay, copy that. Thanks, Ike.
That's the Sarge, gauntlet's in place.
Copy. Good words, Hopper. Ike, you can go ahead and continue out to the IEA, and same thing when you get to the Sarge, check gauntlets in place.
Copy. On the way, and my green wheel is unlocked.
Copy the green reel, and reminder at the IEA, mostly applicable to Hopper since it's on your side, just avoid contact with the radiator out there.
Everyone, EV2. EV2's gauntlets are in place. Approaching the Sarge.
Copy that, Ike. When you cross the Sarge, you're going to go straight across to the non-radiator side and set up at the slot 2 adapter plate.
EV2.
Hopper, you're going to head
5124, putting my... Yeah, 5124, my... It's still my lock bag.
Perfect. Good words. You're half a second ahead of me.
A good look at those batteries from the helmet camera of Mike Hopkins. As you heard, on their way out to this work site, they passed the Sarge. That's the solar array rotary joint.
Right, farmer. Right next to the adapter plates. You ready to just temp stow the true lock bag?
Okay, good words, Mike. And Hopper, for you, based on the timing, we are going to go ahead and proceed with doing the lithium-ion bolt task early. So,
okay, copy.
So your next step, Hopper, is to retrieve the square scoop and install it on the DCSU. It's going to install in the H2 bolt with the handle pointing towards H1.
Mike Hopkins has received the go to install a scoop, which is a handling aid, on the lithium-ion battery. This lithium-ion battery was previously installed robotically, but will need to be tightened and secured to the International Space Station.
Farmer, the true lock bag is on the adapter plate.
Okay, copy that.
It's in 2 locations.
Copy that. Then you can stow your PGT on the bagret. This should be the one that was on the door handle.
You've now got 2 astronauts' eye views. On the left side, that's helmet camera number 18 and Mike Hopkins, and on the right side is helmet camera number 20, Victor Glover.
Okay, the square scoop is attached to the DCSU, and it's in the lock position. I'm removing my rat.
Farmer, the PGT is stowed with the crew lock bag on the adapter plate.
Okay, copy that, Ike. You're going to go ahead and then install the hex driver from the pit pin onto the PGT.
Work.
And Hopper, copy the scoop installed. You can go ahead and translate over to the battery and get ready to drive that bolt.
One.
So Hopper, when we get over there, it'll be it's slot 5, and we're going to be driving H1 when you're ready for PGT settings.
Okay, I'm at slot 5. Let me get all down and give you a call.
All right, Farmer. I've got the 9-inch on the PGT with a good pull test.
Copy that. Good words. You can retrieve that PGT, and we're looking for Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2, and that's for you, Ike.
Copy.
And Hopper's ready for his settings.
Okay, Hopper, you're looking for Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Alpha 6, clockwise 2, copy.
Good words.
And Alpha 7, counter 2 for EV2 set.
Hey, good words for both of you. Hopper, you're going to drive the H1 bolt to torque. Should be approximately 4 to 5.5 turns.
EV1.
Okay, Ike, before we drive the bolt, if you can find us the serial number for the adapter plate and read that down, please.
Work. Number 00.
Yeah, Ike, you cut out right when you said it. What's that serial number again?
9. 0009er.
Copy that. Good words. We want to just double check then that your RET is attached to the bag, and then we're going to lock it out with slack.
To the bag, locked out with slack.
Okay, install the hex driver into the H1 bolt. Verify one line is visible and flush, and then we're going to fully release H1. It should be about 8 turns.
Work.
Farmer, the H1, 4.81 turns, 8.1 on the torque green light.
Okay, that's a good bolt, and verify the status indicator is locked up.
And status shows locked.
Okay, that's a good config, Hopper. You can stow your PGT back on your swing arm and then head back over to the adapter plate to help Ike out.
Work.
Okay, H1 is released. Farmer, it released at 6 turns. I gave it 8. It's a good measure.
Copy that. Good words, Ike. Once again, verify that you're tethered to the crew lock bag, and then we can release H2 bolt. Same thing. You're going to insert it, verify one line is flush, and then fully release. It should be about 19 turns, 19er.
Tethered to the bag and tethered to, then the bag is tethered time.
A quick handover on our TDRS satellite system. These handovers are tracked and expected, and we'll regain communications with the crew shortly. Mike Hopkins just having completed his first task for the day, which was to drive and secure the final lithium-ion battery to the International Space Station. This battery was previously robotically installed in the station. Meanwhile, Victor Glover is beginning the relocation of the adapter plate. This will complete the circuit between the International Space Station and the lithium-ion battery.
Alpha 7 counterclockwise.
Yeah, sorry, Ike, we had a short LOS there. Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 are your PGT settings. Do you need anything else for the H2 bolt?
Copy that. For the H2 bolt. And then one line flush, correct? One line.
A-firm, single line flush, approximately 19 turns.
Work. On H2.
Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover both using the PGT or the pistol grip tool, that drill that allows them to install and remove bolts. As you can see, the International Space Station has crossed into an orbital nighttime. Every 45 minutes, the space station sees a sunrise or a sunset, and it's currently flying 263 statute miles over China.
I don't think I was engaged. I see two lines. And it looks like that field's released.
Yeah, and just to clarify for you guys, once the bolt is released, you will probably see two lines on the PGT.
Yeah, I don't think I was engaged for the first 5 turns, but it looks released now. And you pull it towards you a little bit. Just want to unlock the red. Okay. All right, you can let it go. That might be your T.
Hey, you're just going to stow the PGT with the crew lock bag, and then you guys can translate the adapter plate over to slot 6. And just a reminder that you'll have to rotate it so that the H2 bolt is outboard when you get to the new location.
Confirm. Get down a little bit, and then I can take it out my 13. Roger. Ready to pull out? All right, ready? Ready. Not be released. Oh, there it is. You bet it is. Okay, I have control. Okay, you've got control. And if you can, let me spin it. Roger. You lower it back down to the IA a little bit. Thank you. So let's spin it like right there. Okay, I've got it if you want to change hand position. You have control? I've got control. You want to do the full 180 now? Yeah. Okay. I need the handle. Roger.
And while you guys are maneuvering here,
VRT.
we're also going to need inspection of the blind mate connector, so if that's as convenient, we'll take that.
Not right now.
here, you want to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, they're on my side. No, the blind mate connectors are good, and there's a good EMI band. That's on my side.
And I've got some down here too.
On the structure side?
No, on the other side of the adapter plate. You're seeing it? You got them?
I didn't realize there were ones on that side too. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have control?
Yeah, I'm not having trouble getting on my BRT though. Okay, give me a second, I'm just trying to get this stable.
Roger.
A lot of moving parts over here.
After releasing 2 bolts and removing the adapter plate from soft dock, Hopkins and Glover are now moving the adapter plate to slot 6. There they will each drive 1 bolt to install it.
Okay, it's on the BRT.
Okay. I'll meet you at the...
And did you inspect the blind mates on your side?
No, you got too high for me, so I'll get them when we get to the work site.
Okay.
And when you guys get over to slot 6, we'll also need inspection of the blind mate connectors on the IEA side also.
Okay. Roger that. I'm taking a look right now. Okay, on the IEA side, don't see any fog. Good pins. Good EMI band.
Okay, can you do these as well?
Yeah, stand by. Let's see, where are they?
You're right, I believe.
Oh. All the way on the outside?
On the board?
Yeah, hold on. There we go. Okay. And I see all 5 the pins, the EMI band.
Okay, good words. Thanks a lot. You guys can soft dock to the to slot 6, and then you're going to lock out that ret with slack again.
Copy. EV1.
Okay, coming off the BRT.
Okay.
You hold it for a second?
Yep, I have control.
Got it.
The astronauts have just inspected the adapter plate for any foreign object debris or FOD and are now preparing to soft dock it to its final home in slot 6.
That's right. All right, that red is locked out. Okay.
Okay, Ike, you're going to retrieve your PGT, and we're looking for the settings Alpha 6, clockwise 2.
Okay, we got soft dock it first. Let's soft dock it first.
Yep, sorry, getting ahead of you.
I think I'm ready. I'm ready. 3, 2, 1.
You tell us that soft stop?
I'm hitting a hard stop.
Okay. All right, Farmer, now what was that?
Okay, I think I heard you guys lock the red out already, so you're going to retrieve your PGT, and we're looking for Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Copy.
Before we start driving, we're at a bit of an angle, so it looks like I've got my end down. I'm going to pull it up a little bit when you start there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, right there. I like that look.
And just for awareness for you guys, we don't have either one of your WVS video right now, so we're in the plan.
Okay. Alpha 6 clockwise 2 is set. Once I get it in, then we can make sure it's flush before I drive.
Okay.
Okay. It's flush to the second line, Farmer. Looks level to me. How about you? Hopper?
It looks level to me.
Okay, ready, Farmer.
Okay, Alpha 6 clockwise 2, you're going to drive the H2 bolt. You're going to verify one line is flush and drive it to torque. Should be about 16 to 17 turns.
Okay, to torque 16 to 17 turns, and so it's flush to the second line. The only one line is showing flush.
That's good words.
And I see movement.
And Hopper, your next steps, you're going to be driving the H1 bolt when Ike's done.
Roger.
To torque. All right. And that is to torque 16 turns. 8.7 pounds actual torque. So here, let me, bag is a little twisted. Ready for it?
Ready.
Yeah, I confirm you had a green light on that too.
Green light.
Good green light. I concur.
Okay, that's a good bolt.
All right, setting for Hopper.
Okay, Hopper, Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Alpha 6 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, you're driving the H1 bolt. You're going to insert it. You should have two lines visible, one flush. You're driving to torque. Should be only 4.5 to 5.5 turns.
4.5 to 5.5. How's that look like?
Looks like you need to go a little further in.
Okay.
Interesting.
There we go.
A bit further in.
Okay. You ready?
Ready.
Turning. Okay, Farmer. 5.12 turns. 8.7 on the torque. Green light.
Okay, copy that. You can give the hex driver back to Ike. Ike, you can go ahead and remove the 9-inch socket and stow it on the crew lock bag tip pin.
The tip pin. Copy. It worked.
And you can also unlock and release the ret off the adapter plate, or off the bag.
Will do.
With those two bolts driven, that completes the installation of the final adapter plate aboard the International Space Station.
H drivers on the 16 with a good pull test. And the red is unlocked.
And Ike, you can, once you're done with that, then you can put the PGT on your swing arm, and then we're going to retrieve the ratchet wrench out of crew lock bag number 2.
PGT's on the swing arm, going for the ratchet.
So big picture here, Ike, you're going to break torque on the DCSU, and then Hopper, you're going to hand him the your PGT, and he'll use that to drive the bolt.
You on? Me too. All right, one turn on H1.
Copy that. Once the one turn's done, you can send that back to the crew lock bag or hand it off, and then you're going to get the PGT from Hopper.
Okay, the torque is broken. One turn. I'm giving this to you, or is this back to the bag?
No, back to the bag. So I'm giving you my PGT.
Okay.
And Ike, the PGT settings are going to be alpha 5 clockwise 2.
That for me, Hopper?
Can work.
Glover now installing the final bolt into the DCSU, or the direct current switching unit.
5, 2.
Got it?
That's it.
All right, Ike, we're driving the H1 bolt to torque. Should be about one turn.
I did not get a good green light. Got an error on that one. Me to try it again.
Yeah, you have to go to try again.
It went about 3/4 of a turn, and it felt like it torqued out, but
Yeah, I agree. It looks good.
and I thought I had a pretty good grip on it, so let me make sure.
Looks good. We're straight.
Oh, the trigger seems to not be working. Collar error. Give that back to you. Working with one hand over here. Can you just reset it? Yeah. Stand by. Okay. Good green light, 7 pounds torque, and it was about 3/4 of a turn. Control. Yeah, control.
Okay, copy that. That's a good bolt, and if you can verify that the status indicator is locked.
And Palmer, just that was a total of 3/4 of a turn, not an additional. Status indicator is in lock.
Copy and understood. You can hand that PGT back to Hopper. Hopper, you can put it on your swing arm, and then we'll take a glove and hap check and a gauntlet check when able.
Okay. So hap check for EV1 is dry, and on the gloves, only change is there's a little bit of black smudging on the fingers, assuming that's from the adapter plate.
Copy that. That's
to dry hap.
that is the black smudge is expected from the adapter plate.
Smudging on the right hand and the left hand. Smudging on the right hand and the left hand. I have.
Okay, copy those words, and both of you can check your gauntlets as well.
You want gauntlets in place?
EV2 gauntlets in place.
EV1 has the crew lock bag into the H-fixture.
Copy that. Reminder, you're going to temp stow that bag then on the lower stanchion handrail 5164.
EV1.
Pike, you're going to you can stow the ratchet wrench in the crew lock bag, and then on the adapter plate, get ready to release the TA clamps.
E2. I see 3 TA clamps.
Copy, you got to go to release those and remove the cable, and then you can demate the NZGL connector P4.
Okay, TA clamps released, mating the connector.
"50 minutes into today's spacewalk, 5-0, and the astronauts are moving smoothly through their tasks. Up next for NASA astronaut Victor Glover, whose helmet camera you're looking through right now, will be the demating and remating of some cables on the adapter plate that was just installed. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is going to be moving down to remove an H-fixture. This will prepare the space station for future power upgrades.
All All right, Farmer. E4J4 is demated. Got a good EMI band. Odd.
Copy, good words. You can close those TA clamps, and then you're going to ret to and remove the cap from the battery connector.
I closed the TA clamps after I connected. I've got the NDGL in hand.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, the cap is off to my mini workstation. The current cable memory looks like it wants to keep it between the battery and the IEA. I'm going to leave it like that, twist-wise. Levers aft. See the pins on the battery side look good. No fog.
Okay, that's a good inspection. You can go ahead and connect P4 to J4.
They are mated, lever aft. Levers going forward. Levers forward over center. It is mated, and the cable is still over the battery on the adapter plate of the PFCS.
Copy. That sounds like a good config as long as the PFCS is clear. And then if you're good with it, we'll go ahead and perform a checkout on the battery.
Perform the checkout. I'm connecting the TA clamps. And Farmer, I'm ready. Read Bravo 7. Counterclockwise 1.
A-firm, good words. Bravo 7 counterclockwise 1. You're going to release torque on 4 bolts. It's going to be 1 to 2 turns only, and report the turns to us.
TV1. Farmer 3 TA clamps reclosed.
Okay, copy that. And then you can either install the battery connector cap on the adapter plate, or you can put it in your trash bag.
It is on the adapter plate.
NASA astronaut.
The scoop that's on the DCSU, you can put it back in the crew lock bag, and we'll get ready for a bag inventory when you're ready.
Copy.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins now working to remove the H-fixture.
All right, Farmer, I had 1 turn on 1. 2 turns, I'm sorry, 2 turns on 1.
Copy, 2 on 1.
He is first releasing torque on 4 bolts.
On 2.
Copy, 2 on 2, and you got a day pass coming up in a couple minutes.
Roger. On 3.
2 on 3, got it.
On 4, and I'm just going to keep going. On 4.
Okay, copy 2 on 4, and just want to confirm that we are redded to the H-fixture before we continue any further.
That's a good reminder. Thank you.
Hopkins has broken torque on the 4 bolts on the H-fixture, confirming that he is redded. He has his retractable equipment tether connected to the fixture before fully releasing those 4 bolts.
All right, Farmer, the square scoop is ready to in the crew lock bag, ready for the inventory.
Okay, copy, standby 1, Ike. Hopper, your next steps once you're redded, you're going to drive all 4 bolts, 10 additional turns only, so make sure we stop at the expected turns. So 10 additional turns on each bolt, any order.
1 copy.
Okay, Ike, we're ready for the inventory.
Okay, you got a square scoop on a small red. Got a connector cleaner kit on an integral ret. Have a socket caddy with a 9-inch rigid hex driver on an integral ret. You have a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel and a 6-inch wobble on an integral ret. You have a ret in series. One of those rets has a pit pin, and that pit pin has a 9-inch rigid hex driver. And that's inside the bag. Outside the bag, you have an adjustable.
Okay, thanks, Ike. That's a good inventory. You can go ahead and button that up, put it on your BRT, and then check your tethers and tools, clear the worksite.
Good work.
Victor Glover performing an inventory of his tool bag. Having completed mating the adapter plate to the lithium-ion battery in slot 5, that completes the circuit for the 4A3 power channel.
Can you say that one more time, Hopper, please?
Yeah, bolt 1, 8 turns.
Copy that.
All right, Farmer, the crew lock bag is back on my BRT. A good red to it. Getting up my waist tether. I'm ready to get moving. The work site is green. Are you still not getting WBS?
We actually got it for both of you right now, so we're looking pretty good.
Okay. Let me give you a scan of this work site.
And we got a good
the battery and the cable.
We got a good checkout on the battery, so good install, guys. Nice job.
Copy. You got a good visual. You see that?
Yep, looks good from here. Yeah, stand by 1, Ike.
Stand by.
Great news relayed to the astronauts from NASA astronaut Bob Hines, the ground IV.
So you can go ahead then and get ready to translate back, pick up your green hook, and stow the bag back in the airlock.
Okay, crossing the stars, headed back to my green hook.
Now 1 hour into today's spacewalk, and we have confirmation that the final lithium-ion battery installed has a good configuration. Victor Glover is heading back to the airlock to stow one of his crew lock bags. He will then move to the external stowage platform 2 to get into the Canadarm2. Mike Hopkins continues working to release the H-fixture.
Hey, Farmer, all 4 bolts are released. All of them just took an additional 8 turns.
Okay, copy that. Then you can get ready. You can stow the PGT, and then we'll get ready to install the wedges into the H-fixture channel.
Okay, copy. Farmer, I've got my green hook. This back to my rig reel.
Okay, copy that. You can go ahead and proceed back here.
Heading back. How's it going, Hopper? Hey, that wedge went right in. Oh, seriously? Yeah, of course it did. We'll see about the other one. Oh, hey, Farmer.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm still on phase 1, right at P1. I didn't look at that pit pin. I'll look at it. Okay, copy that.
Yeah, we'll have Hopper look at it on the way in. Thanks.
Okay. Oh my gosh. You guys can't believe how easy wedge was. Nice. I mean, they kind of did for us to try it. I am surprised, though. All right, Hopper, I'm heading down to Cedar Spur. Roger. All right, Farmer, the crew lock bag and I are back at the thermal cover.
Copy that, Ike. And Hopper, just a reminder, when we're prying on the H-fixture, we have to wait 30 seconds between attempts. But it looks like you got it off. Nice work.
Roger. It's off.
That's a great data point on the wedges.
Your team, nice tool.
All right, Hopper, as you stow the H-fixture, if you moved any of the MLI on the BGA, make sure you reinstall that, and then take some imagery of the GSE pad when you're done.
Roger. Okay, so I'm ready to open the thermal cover.
Copy that. You have a go. You're going to put crew lock bag 2 in the airlock and retrieve the CP13 bag.
Copy the EHDC bag. Will do. Hey, Farmer, you need an inventory here?
Hey, Farm, we're ready.
All right, I got a small rep with an adjustable. One end's got an H-fixture, the other has the combo wrench. Got an integral rep that's got the wedge assembly. Got a integral rep with an adjustable and the 2 pliers. Got an integral rep with the hammer on an adjustable and the PLS tool. Got another integral rep that's got an adjustable with the pry bar, and then the other end is empty. That's where the square scoop was. I've got 2 adjustables inside, and there's 2 D-rings. Then I also have a camera. It's on a small. That's inside. On the outside, I have 1 adjustable, and that's the inventory.
Okay, copy that. The only thing I missed was the hammer. You may have said it.
You could say it. It's on that adjustable with the, is it the PLS tool, I think is the name on it. Correct?
Copy that. That's a good inventory. Thanks.
Roger. And I'm taking pictures now. The only thing that's coming out is the camera. Everything else came in.
That was NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins after having completed removal of the H-fixture necessary for future power upgrades. He's taking some photos of the work site, and this camera view is that of the helmet of Victor Glover. As you can see, he's back at the airlock, stowing a crew lock bag and picking up the camera to be installed later on the Destiny module.
It's going back in the bag.
And a big picture for both of you guys. I know we went out the door a little bit late today, but we've made up all that time, so we're right back on.
You on? C2. All right, Farmer, I've got the standby. Of course I don't. We have the wrong ORU bag.
Hey, Hopper, we see the crew lock bag on your BRT. If we can get a glove and hat check and a gauntlet check, and then on the way back, we'll need you to do that pit pin inspection, PVR pit pin.
quick satellite handover coming as NASA astronaut Bob Hines, today's current IV, was relaying next steps to our astronauts. That's his task throughout the day. So far, the astronauts are performing ahead of schedule. They have secured the final lithium-ion battery to the International Space Station and installed a final adapter plate, completing the battery upgrades that began in January 2017. Victor Glover also installed a final bolt in the direct current switching unit, while Mike Hopkins removed an H-fixture for future power upgrades.
Hey guys, we're back with you. Hopper didn't get a chance to pass to you before the LOS, but we're looking for that PVR pit pin inspection on the way back.
Roger that. We'll get it to you. You doing, Ike? Pretty good. I've got my CP13 RU bag. All right, Farmer. Now I've got the right RU bag. And this turn is installed, Farmer.
Excellent.
I've got that in the WVS.
Yep, we had it for a second, but looks good to us. You can go ahead and head back to the airlock and pick up your green hook on the way.
Roger. Okay, Farmer, should I leave the thermal cover open or do you want me to close it?
You can go ahead and close the thermal cover.
You're going to be it, right? Inward.
The International Space Station is currently flying 267 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean. This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Victor Glover on his second spacewalk. Glover is now going to be moving out to the Canadarm2 where he will ingress or enter the APFR, that's the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. Inside the International Space Station is NASA's Kate Rubins, who will be controlling the Canadarm2 robotically.
My hand control module. Doors closed. Okay, back up on phase one, inboard of the Sarge. Heading for my green hook.
Copy that.
Safer handles down.
Okay, copy that, Ike. You can go ahead and translate to ESP2 forward, Faro leading around the starboard side of ESP2.
B2. Farmer, I got my green hook.
Copy that. All right, Ike, we see at the APFR there, you're going to retrieve the APFR and verify that the wire tie is installed and intact on the base of the ingress aid.
Wire tie is installed and intact. Base of the ingress aid. Worked.
All right, Ike, once you've got the APFR, next is bringing the arm into the install and ingress position.
Almost I got the APFR. And Kate, Richie, you're ready. Got a good view of the entire arm. Okay, Ike, before you get started, I'm at the top of the feeder spur. I'll go get, put my crew lock bag in, and I'm getting the camera group. And I'll check my safer handles once I come back out. Happy, and I got a good visual of you. Roger.
All good words, Hopper. Thanks.
Good for me, Farmer. Anything else? Okay. All right. I'm good. All right, Kate. Gotta go to maneuver. Have a good visual view.
Ike, Kate, great to hear you. You guys are doing great. We copy. You are go for, we're going to do go for GCA to publish APFR install position.
Copy, go for GCA.
Coming up on an hour and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, that's NASA astronaut Victor Glover on your screen, preparing to install and ingress the APFR, or the articulating portable foot restraint, on the end of the Canadarm2.
How far to install position? Actually, that's stop motion.
Stop motion.
That's good.
Okay, copy. This is GCA complete. Standby. Brakes it on.
Copy, brakes
Go for the APFR install and the egress.
All right, Farmer, it's installed. Passing to 12 with a good pull twister. It's black on black.
Okay, copy that, and double check the other settings. Should be Papa Papa Fox 6.
Papa Fox 6. Set.
Okay, copy that, and we're ready for safety tether swap. Let me know if you want me to walk you through that.
I've got it. And that didn't work now.
As Victor Glover works to install that articulating portable foot restraint to the end of the Canadarm2, you've got this view from the International Space Station and his helmet specifically, 262 statute miles over Bolivia.
My yellow hook is to the handrail tether point. Gate closed, fighters locked, black on black. The full test. My red reel is unlocked. Green hook is coming off and going on the SP2.
Copy that.
This view from the International Space Station of NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he prepares to ingress or enter the articulating portable foot restraint. And in the distance, you can see the moon as the International Space Station is now flying 262 statute miles over Brazil. We are now 1 hour and 23 minutes into today's spacewalk, everything progressing smoothly. NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is currently back at the airlock.
All right, Kate and Soichi, if you could, I'd like you to go meter, about a half a meter for ingress.
Copy, half a meter for ingress.
Thank you. You go to maneuver.
Come back. Copy, the arm is coming, so a half a meter later.
Copy.
Arm is in motion.
Split motion. Continue.
Continue. Just more.
Okay, stop motion, GCA complete.
Copy, stop motion, GCA complete. Brakes on, go for ATFR ingress.
Copy, go for ingress. Thank you.
Okay, Ike, put your waist tether on the ingress aid or on the APFR, and then you can go ahead and ingress.
I'm going to put it on the ingress aid. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, Palmer, I have the camera group on my CRT. Check my safer handles, filter down, and closing the thermal cover.
Okay, copy that. That thing's pretty big. watching that thing come through the hatchway.
It is. Thermal cover is closed.
Copy that. We get a quick glove and hap check from you, and then you can translate up to the CP3 worksite.
Okay, hap is dry for EV1. And no change to the gloves other than the smudges have kind of already worn off.
Copy that. Thanks.
In the distance, you can now see the moon setting behind the Earth's limb. NASA astronaut Victor Glover in the foreground.
Nader handrail path along the truss.
And just prior to that, you could hear NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who is now departing the airlock, give a good glove and HAP check. HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad. The astronauts check that to ensure nothing is leaking inside the suit and that everything remains dry. Astronauts also regularly check their gloves for any damage during the spacewalk.
All right, EV2 is in the APFR.
Okay, copy that. Nice work. Next is an arm maneuver to the ESP2 back off position and then continuing over to CP3.
P2.
Copy. So this will be a maneuver to our ESP2 back off position.
But you have a go to continue to both back off.
Great. Go for the post maneuver. Arms in motion, station forward.
Motion.
Coming up on 1 hour and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 6:56 a.m. Central Time, you can see the Canadarm2 moving slightly, taking Victor Glover to the next work site. The next task for Glover and Hopkins will be to remove and replace a camera group on the starboard truss.
Motion.
Okay, good motion.
The new HD camera being installed will replace the pink-hued camera you might be familiar with, whose color wheel has failed and may be available for public views in future broadcasts.
5 minutes.
Copy. And Farmer EV1's at the work site.
Okay, copy that. We're just waiting on the arm to get over there. Your next step once Ike gets over there is you're going to receive that RET in series, and you're going to be putting that on handrail 3238 if you want to get eyes on that.
I am on it right now.
And I arms in motion, that's 5-minute joke as to CP3.
Motion.
Copy, good nose.
Okay, Ike, while you're flying, we got a couple things for you when you're ready.
Ready.
Okay, you're going to retrieve your PGT and install the 9-inch rigid socket that is in the CP13 bag.
Work.
Astronauts Kate Rubins and Soichi Noguchi continue maneuvering the Canadarm2 with Victor Glover aboard, and below him is the Atlantic Ocean, 260 statute miles below to be exact. We have some questions coming in online, so if you're watching, you can use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter, and we'll do our best to answer them. The first comes from Bob, who wants to know what is Hopper or Ike during the spacewalk. You'll hear the names Hopper, Ike, and Farmer throughout the day. Those are all call signs for 3 of the voices that you hear. You're looking at Ike right now. That's the call sign for NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Hopper is the call sign for Mike Hopkins, and Farmer is the call sign for Bob Hines, who is here on the ground serving as the ground IV.
9-inch rigid is on the PGT. Full test.
And can you guys repeat your last, please?
The 9-inch rigid is on the PGT with a good full test.
Okay, copy that. And then you're going to configure the PGT Bravo 1 counterclockwise 2, and then you can put it back on your swing arm.
Work. Bravo 1 counterclockwise 2 set.
Okay, copy that, Ike. You can put that back on your swing arm, and then you're going to retrieve the CP3 hardware out of the bag, and then you can close the bag back up.
Good work.
Ike, arm is now at the CP3 setup position.
Copy. Farmer, I have the round scoop and the cover.
Okay, great. Let's get a quick glove and half check, and then you guys can work on moving the arm into the camera group R&R position.
The EV2 half is dry.
Yeah, so we are ready for GCA for published CP3 camera group R&R position whenever you're ready.
Copy. Stand by. And I got a small bit of the RTB lifting off the bottom digit of my right pinky. It's still in place. It's just lifting about a quarter of an inch wide and an eighth of an inch deep. Other than that, they look brand new.
Okay, copy that, Ike. And Ike, we're good to continue with that, and then over to you and Soichi to bring the arm to the R&R position.
And 2 copies, we are ready.
All right, Soichi. You guys have to go to maneuver room.
Copy, Ike. We are go for GCA to the CP3 camera group R&R position.
Go for GCA.
Copy, go for GCA.
Motion, continue.
Roger, continue.
As motion continues for Victor Glover aboard the Canadarm2, we have another Ask NASA question, this one from Nicole, wondering why does Victor Glover have to use the Canadarm instead of just using the handrails? Once Glover arrives at the work site, this will give him stable footing and allow him to impart the proper loads onto the camera that they'll be installing.
I gotta get myself out of the way. Sorry, Ike. No problem. Realize. While we're here, stop. What's the rest of the maneuver like?
So your body left about 0.3 meters.
Accurate, the published for the body up and will be body left 1.3.
Okay, copy. All right, I'm clear. Okay. So go to continue.
Okay, copy, go. We see Hopper clear as well. Copy, go.
Motion.
Okay, that looks good right about there. Stop motion.
Stop motion. It does the publish.
Okay, GCA complete.
Goodbye. Okay, SSRS brakes on.
Brakes on.
Okay, Ike, first thing at the work site, verify that the camera is in the stowed position and the lens hood is square to the camera.
Stowed and square.
Copy. Then you're going to install the round scoop onto the failed camera group. Remember, we want the handle at the 10 o'clock position where 12 o'clock is defined by the tether point.
Install 10 o'clock. Sure. Okay, round scoop is locked on.
Copy that. Install the HD window cover and the or on the failed CP3 camera.
The window cover is installed.
Copy the window cover. Just confirm the quarter turn fasteners are installed and you got a pull test on it.
Good pull test. Quarter turn fasteners are engaged. ×2.
Copy. You can take that ret and series in and hand it off to Hopper. Hopper, you're going to stow that ret on handrail 3238.
Roger. Okay. A little tight workspace in here, so give me a second to get to the base of this. No worries, Ike.
Coming up on an hour and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, we have a question from Jason Metzdorf, which is very timely for what's happening now. He wants to know how many cameras are going to be replaced in the space station today. The astronauts are now at the work site where they will replace the first of 3 cameras to be installed today. This camera is being installed on the starboard truss lower outboard location. A new HD camera to replace a pink-hued camera whose color wheel has failed. Two other cameras will be installed today. There will be another HD camera installed on the Destiny laboratory. And components on the Japanese robotic arms camera system outside the Cabot module will be replaced as well.
All right, both reds are unlocked. Roger. Right here. Here you go.
All right, Ike, you're going to retrieve your PGT then. We're looking for Bravo 1 counterclockwise 2, which you set earlier, and then we'll be driving the secondary bolt.
Okay, the rat is attached to 3238.
Good work, thanks.
Bravo 1 counter 2.
Okay, good.
Set, and I'm ready.
Copy. You're going to release the secondary bolts, fully release them approximately 13 turns.
Copy. Doesn't matter which?
Nope, any order.
Yeah, approximately 13 turns and works.
And Hopper, next for you, once we remove the camera group, you're going to receive that from Ike and get ready to temp set.
Roger. In for 13. Turns and it appears to spring out.
Copy that.
On the full bolt. And go into the aft bolt.
Copy.
Victor Glover now using the pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts.
And for 13.
And Hopper, you got a status update for us there? That thing tempted.
I'm sorry, say again, Farmer?
We were just looking for a status update from you.
On what?
Yeah, we just didn't hear you for a little while, so we were just checking in.
Okay, yep, I'm good. Apple release 13 turns.
Copy that. We're 30 seconds from an LOS. Verify the camera group is tethered, and then same PGT settings, Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2. You can release the primary bolt approximately 31 turns.
31 turns on the primary bolt and work. It is tethered. Actually, Hopper, is it tethered? It is tethered.
Currently in another satellite handover, and we will regain video communications with the International Space Station and astronauts shortly. Meanwhile, we are coming up on 1 hour and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk that began at 6:56 a.m. Central Time. Since that time, the astronauts have moved smoothly through their tasks, first securing the final lithium-ion battery into the International Space Station and installing the final adapter plate, connecting that battery and completing the power circuit. That completes the power work that began in January 2017, updating the batteries aboard the International Space Station from nickel-hydrogen to lithium-ion. Victor Glover installed the final bolt in the direct current switching unit, and Mike Hopkins removed the H-fixture that will be needed for future power upgrades.
It wants to come out, so I'm just going to keep my PGT in hand. Upper. Roger. Okay. Connectors on the stanchion are good.
Okay, we're back with you guys.
We're back with you. The light, the camera group is removed. No FOD, no bent pins, good. Engine and ETVCG side. I'm handing it off to Hopper now. I have it. Got it.
Okay, Hopper, once you temp stow that, then you can go ahead and transfer the spare camera group over to Ike, and then we'll need the blind mate connector, or the inspections for the blind mate connectors on that one as well.
Roger that. And Ike, it looked like one of the TA clamps probably in the airlock came undone. Okay. If we can just double check that. Okay. 1x4 circuit. Got it.
This view from the space station looking down 265 miles over Ukraine. Station now crossing over into Russia. And in about 5 minutes, we will see the astronauts cross over into an orbital nighttime. This question from Daniel Bolnick, actually his 12-year-old daughter, who wants to know how cold it is outside the International Space Station and what the suits are made of to keep them warm or cool. In the sunlight, it can be 250 degrees, and without sunlight, it can be a negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit. The astronauts have a cooling garment underneath their spacesuit that they can control the temperature to keep them cool during the sunlight, and also a thermal garment to keep them warm when they enter orbital nighttime.
Okay, I've got the ret for that. Roger. Can you lean back more?
Say again?
Can you lean back more?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you want to just lean back, it's going to be right next to you.
Okay.
Right to the adjustable. Roger. Perfect. Okay. And we can check that TA clamp while it's here and stable.
Okay, where was it you were talking about now?
I think on the other side of the high def.
Oh yeah, okay.
Catch. They're luckily still in. Yeah, this is a very lightly, it's one that will pop open easily, but they're in and it's clamped.
Okay. Okay. So I've got a rep to it.
All right.
Maybe a medium or a U-bag.
Okay.
Ready to swap?
I'm ready to swap if you want to just...
That's your rep.
Okay, you can just let it go.
Okay.
And can you pop the handle?
Yep.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go.
You got control.
I've got the light.
Nicely done.
Camera group. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Sure does.
All right, so the extension side is still good, Farmer. Got good connectors on the back of the TDCG, the spare. No fog, no big pins.
Okay, copy that. Sounds like a good inspection. Also, push in and rotate the P2 lock lever to unlock and verify that it pops out.
And that
It works. Yep.
On the PGT too, or the BRT.
Copy. And Hopper, you're going to translate over to handrail.
Unlock and pop out.
Handrail 3222 and release the Ethernet cable cap and put it in your trash bag.
It works.
And I copy the PTU lever is popped out. Next, you're going to verify the NZG bales are fully mated and open.
Copy and work. All of the NZGL bells are mated levers forward over center.
Okay, you can install the camera group on the stanchion sliding along the guide pin.
Work. All right, it is soft dock.
Okay, you can retrieve your PGT. We're looking for Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, and just a reminder that when we're driving these bolts, we need to hold the PGT trigger continuously until the number of turns is reached. If you release the trigger, let us know, report the running torque to us, and we'll give you a new PGT setting before we continue.
Copy that. Thanks for the reminder.
All right, first bolt is going to be the primary bolt. We're going to drive at 23 turns only, report turns and running torque.
and work.
Victor Glover now driving the first of 3 bolts to install this new HD camera on the starboard truss, specifically the S1 lower outboard location.
Armor, 23 turns. Actual torque, 0.8. Or it might be 0. I can actually tell. No, 0.8.
Copy 0. Copy 0.8. Standby. Okay, Ike, PGT settings now, alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Switch from Bravo to Alpha 1, clockwise 2. Set.
Okay, good words. You're going to drive the primary bolt to torque. Should be at least 1.5 turns. Report torque, turns, and light.
Copy. Six more turns. Green light 2.3 on the torque.
Okay, can you read that torque one more time? We thought it was lower than expected.
6. Sorry, the torque was 2.3. Actual torque 2.3. That's for Alpha 1, clockwise 2. Program torque is 2.5.
Okay, copy that. That's a good bolt. You can go ahead and hand off the WAP cable to Hopper if he doesn't have it already.
Okay, stand by. Stand by. Quite. Okay. And stay out of your workspace. You're fine. Do what you got to do. It's your workspace now. I can lean back some too if you need. The WAP cable's right here though, so when you need it, I can easily reset. Okay. I can reset too. Actually, if you want to just unwire tie that. Okay. The other. This whole thing or just this one? Just the one at the end. Actually, we'll probably need another twist. Okay. Okay. Want the whole thing or just? We're gonna. That's good. Okay. And then the lock cable. Let me put this space back in here. Okay. That'll be good.
And Hopper, once you get the WAP cable, you're going to put the cap from the WAP side in your trash bag, and then you can mate the Ethernet cable to the WAP cable and stow the slack away back on the racetrack.
So I think it needs to come behind the stanchion, yeah? What do you think? It's kind of on my side right now, but over on the other side? Maybe underneath here too. Back. Yeah, I've got it. I got it. Caught on my wrist. Okay, got it.
As Glover continues driving the bolts to secure the new camera.
Your French hook is parallel to these stanchions. Okay, I haven't, let me get connected here.
Hopkins is routing an Ethernet cable routed on a previous spacewalk. He's mating that cable with the WAP cable, standing for a wireless access point that connects it to the new camera. Now 2 hours and 4 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, cap is removed. And I see no FOD. Pin to your mod band.
Copy that. Good inspection. You got to go to mate.
Okay, mated over center.
Okay, copy that. You can stow the slack away. We're about 30 seconds from an LOS, but Ike, if you want to get your PGT ready, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and we'll meet you on the other side of the LOS.
All right, Ike, I'm going to kind of gather this stuff up. This WAP strap actually did come off. Let's see why we...
And we're currently in a brief handover period with our satellites aboard the International Space Station. We also have an Ask NASA question, this one from Justin, wondering if the suits have any kind of emergency propulsion system built in. If you get to watch the beginning of the spacewalk as the astronauts are suiting up, they put on something called the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is a nitrogen-compressed backpack that essentially, if need be, would allow the astronauts to maneuver back toward the station if they were to become detached for some reason. However, the astronauts are always tethered to the International Space Station, so we don't ever expect the SAFER to need to be used. However, it is there just in case.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, and we're going to drive the forward secondary bolt 5 turns only, report turns and running torque.
Okay, forward as in station forward.
Okay, firm.
Okay, station forward volts. I've got Bravo 1, clockwise 2 set, 5 turns, and then you get running torque.
Good words.
Work. 5 turns on the forward bolt. Does appear to be started. Running torque is 0.1.
Copy 0.1, standby. And Ike, did you say you thought you weren't sure if the bolt was actually turning or engaged?
The bolt is engaged. It is engaged.
Okay, copy that. So 0.1 on the torque, we're going to go, the new setting is going to be MTL at 2.5 foot-pounds.
Copy and work. Okay, I've got the MTL set to 2.5. And what are the settings?
Standby 1.
And Ike, you want to just double check you're happy still with that? Check didn't move. Looks great. You pretty much got the WAP cable extended to the racetrack. Yeah, I imagine that's what the other one will be like. Yeah, it went, and then I just looped it all right there. Yeah, very nice. Most of this extra came from this bundle, yeah. From that bundle, so not the same.
And Ike and Hopper, they're double checking on the setting for the MTL. We think you can leave it where it's at and proceed, but we'll get back to you on that. Right before the LOS, though, we heard you guys say something about the WAP cable. Can you bring us up to speed on that?
We were just double checking to make sure I got the wire tied down. It's on the racetrack, and I just was double checking with Ike to make sure the French hook was still on a good config, and he said it is.
Okay, copy all. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, we can do the ping test. I think we should, right? Oh, wait, I guess we got to install it first. I got to finish this. I thought you could. I don't know. Now, what do you think from an inspection standpoint? You going to be able to do it, or you need to? You got to inspect the strap, the clamps. You can see on the clamps on this side. About the TA clamps or the WAP cable? The TA clamps. Yeah, I can see the TA clamps. I can see the PTU clamps, and I can see and reach the strap. So I think I can do the same. So all the inspection, you're in a good position. Hey, firm, and I already checked the NDGL, so yeah, I think I got that out. And if it needs, like I said, the tie-down cable, the WAP strap came loose. I was able to cinch it back down. Okay. So, Farmer, based on Ike's assessment there that he thinks he can do all those inspections, are you okay if I start heading back, get the failed and go?
Yeah, hey, firm, Hopper, that sounds like a good plan. So you can take the old camera group with you back to the airlock.
Okay. That didn't work. You wait? No. Okay.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins. This view from his helmet camera. Now heading back to the airlock. Once again, he's going to stow the camera, the failed camera that was just removed, and he's going to retrieve the camera and equipment needed to install the new components for the Japanese robotic arms camera system outside the Cabot module.
All right, I come clear of you.
All right. Thank you.
We're 2 hours and 13 minutes into today's spacewalk with the International Space Station flying in an orbital nighttime, 261 statute miles over Indonesia.
Okay. Okay, roger that. I'm in MTL of 2.5 like you told me. I'm not quite following, but tell me what you want me to do.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing, and that's the setting that we were looking at. We're just having some other conversations to make sure.
Okay, any possibility you can do the ping test? Do I have to finish these steps first?
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to complete all these steps before we can do the ping test.
Roger. Goodbye.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover continues work on the CP3 camera installation. And in the meantime, we have a question from Amal on Twitter. You can use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll try to answer your questions. This question: what's the main objective for this spacewalk? You're watching one of them right now, and we've seen a few others happen. Today, we relocated the adapter plate, the final adapter plate needed for battery upgrades aboard the International Space Station, and also secured the final lithium-ion battery on the space station. There's a lot of camera work happening today as well, including the camera work that Victor Glover is conducting currently. That camera is replacing an external camera on the starboard truss. Another camera will be installed, HD, on the Destiny laboratory, as well as the Japanese robotic arms camera system will be updated outside of the Cabot module.
Clockwise 2.
Okay, copy. But what about the, Alpha Bravo 1 through 7? Do you want me to change any of that? I get the MTL limits, but what do you want me to keep set? I'm currently in Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Set that to Alpha 1, so it'll be MTL 2.5, Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Work. MTL 2.5, Alpha 1, clockwise 2. Is this the torque?
A-firm, we're going to drive the forward bolt to torque. It should be at least 2 additional turns, and we're not expecting a green light necessarily on this one.
Okay, so what it did is that 4.5 turns, it started to ratchet. The part that turns continued to turn, but the MTL was causing it to ratchet.
Okay, Okay, I copy affirm 4.5 turns, and what is the torque reading on the PGT?
2.3. And the forward bolt, it appears to be flush to the camera of the TDCSD body.
And we're double checking on that, but that sounds good for now, so stand by 1 second.
How's that blizzard treating you, Hopper? Been throwing me around, but I think I got it under control. I'm almost at the feet of spur. Roger.
Okay, Ike, that is a good install, so we can proceed to the next bolt. The PGT, you're going to have to reset the MTL to 30.5, and then Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Work. Okay, I'm 30.5. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, was it?
Yep, good words. Bravo 1 clockwise 2. We're going to be driving the aft bolt 5 turns only.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. 5 turns.
Good words, and we'll look for turns and running torque.
Turns on the aft bolt. The aft bolt is engaged. Running torque was 0.
Copy 5 turns and understand 0.0.
Is correct.
Two hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Victor Glover continues work on the CP3 cameras, ensuring they are properly installed.
MTL to 2.5, and then Alpha 1 clockwise 2.
Work.
Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is back at the airlock installing the failed camera group. He's also retrieving the necessary components for the Japanese experiment module camera.
Driving to torque.
A 7 turns. Torque is 2.1. It actually gave me a green light. Bolt is flush.
Okay, great. That is a good install. You can go ahead and put your PGT on your swing arm, and we'll get ready for the inspection.
Copy. GT stowed.
And Hopper, we see you putting the camera group into the airlock. Reminder, once you get it in there, you're going to swap the round scoop from the camera over to the GEM RMS bag.
Easy one.
right, Ike, let me know when you're ready for these camera inspections. Okay, first thing we're going to look for is that the WAP strap is configured correctly and cinched down, and double check the French hook that you were looking at earlier.
It is correct, cinched, and the French hook is parallel to the stanchion.
Okay, verify the WAP and PTU cables go through the PTU cable restraint.
They are through the restraint's closed.
And verify that the cable clamp is configured correctly with both the TA clamps still closed.
So the PTU clamp is configured correctly. The high def camera TA clamp is correct. It's got two cables through it and it's closed. And then it's got a wire tied to the jumper cable going to the light, I believe. And it all is secure.
Okay, copy that. And just to clarify, the cable clamp we're referring to is the one that has that little locking lever on it that goes right in the base of where the light intersects the PTU cylinder.
Yep, I just gave you both of them.
Okay, copy that. Next is you can release the window cover and the round scoop and stow them in your bag on your BRT.
Work. Okay, the camera cover and the round scoop are in the RU bag. And the adjustable that they were connected to.
Okay, copy that. And then verify that the SD camera hood is square to the camera.
Square.
Okay,
square.
Copy that. If you're okay with it, we'll go ahead and start the ping test, and then you can start moving the arm out to the CP3 setup position.
All right, Farmer, ping away. Kate and Soichi, you have to go to maneuver, tools, and I are clear.
Okay, copy. This is go for the maneuver to a CP3 setup position. Will be a body right first, then the body down. Arms in motion.
Motion, continue.
Copy, good motion. And I could take the clearance call as well. We're in the dark now.
Okay, yep, I'm clear of the light, so you guys can clear the arm, the boot plate, ingress 8 and I are clear. Continue.
Thank you.
We're clear of the camera group.
Copy, camera group down. Now we're bringing the body down.
Good
for
motion.
the
Motion, continue.
Good.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover has completed installation of the CP3 camera, replacing an external camera on the starboard truss. This is a new HD camera and replaces a pink-hued camera you might have previously seen in broadcast.
Joe Cass, 3 minutes.
And confirm we have a go to do that maneuver?
Affirm.
As you can see, Glover is still on the end of the Canadarm2, being controlled robotically from inside the space station by Kate Rubens and Soichi Noguchi.
You guys got a day pass coming up in 2 minutes, and we just got a good ping test on the camera. Nice work.
Good news, thank you.
Good news from ground IV Bob Hines, a NASA astronaut here in Mission Control Houston, relaying to the crew that the CP3 camera was properly installed and is getting good configuration and feedback.
The ORU bag, I'm ready to it, and I'm coming out to the work site.
We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk.
We'll get a safer check from you.
Okay.
The first task for today's spacewalkers was to secure the final lithium-ion battery to the space station and install the final adapter plate. Those were also reportedly in a good configuration, and that completes the battery work that began on the space station in 2017. The crew members also installed the final bolt in the direct current switching unit and removed an H-fixture for future power upgrades. Glover and Hopkins just completed the CP3 camera installation, a brand new HD camera. And this view from Hopkins' helmet camera as he leaves the airlock once again after stowing the old CP3 camera and retrieving the materials necessary for the Japanese experiment module camera. Glover will be working on a separate camera, and that'll be on the Destiny laboratory, bringing in another new HD camera there.
Readers are down, Farmer.
Okay, copy that, and glove and half check, please.
It's dry.
We're in a quick handover period. These are tracked and expected, and we will regain video with the International Space Station shortly.
The RTV there has pulled back just a little bit more, but there's RTV underneath.
Okay, Hopper, we had a quick LOS right in the middle of that, so we copied the RTV on the right hand, was it?
Yeah, just a little bit more is peeled back, but there's RTV underneath. Otherwise, no change, dry half.
Okay, copy that, Hopper. You can go ahead then and make sure the thermal hatch or the thermal cover's closed, and then translate out to the gem. Going across the lab, you're going to drop your green hook on JPM handrail 1131.
131.
as Mike Hopkins makes his way out to the GEM, or the Japanese Experiment Module.
Is good.
Good.
Yeah, on Space Ground 1, we got a good ping test. You go to continue.
We continue.
For me, B2, you continue.
The next is a JOCAS 5 minutes standby.
B2.
And another satellite handover. And another confirmation of a good ping test on the camera that was just installed. We have a question from McOfficialPlays on Twitter. You can submit your question with hashtag AskNASA. This one asking, will there be public views available from the new HD camera being installed today? You may be familiar with a camera view that previously looked magenta or pink in color. That's the camera that was just replaced by Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins with a new HD camera, so you may be able to get those views on future broadcasts.
Yes, sir. Check your left safer handle. Okay. Yep, no problem. And I'm on phase 1. You obviously know that. Good visual.
Next, this will be a 5-minute JOCAS to CP13 HD cam back off. Arms in motion.
Copy. Good motion. Continue.
Okay, good motion.
Hey, Houston, do you have a good WVS video from EV2?
Hey, we've got good WVS video from both of you right now.
Can you see the radiator, the underside? Able to see that big, looks like a big piece of the exterior covering peeled from the starboard side, aft, and port. It's like half of a single panel. It's the most inboard panel. Can you see it?
Yeah, Ike, we're taking a look. It's a little washed out right now on your WVS video, but we'll take note and try to get a look at it with another camera.
Yeah, it is the most inboard one, and it is on the second to last panel. It'll be pretty obvious. It goes from white to silver.
Thanks, Ike. Houston copies all. We'll take a look and make sure that's not something new.
Copy that. Safe travels. That's the
Yeah, Ike, just a heads up. That is the one we expect, and we know that condition exists already. Thanks.
Okay. Good eye, Ike. I forgot about that. Huh. Maybe I never knew. I don't know. That is not new, though.
And Ike, one thing we need to go back on with the PGT setting and MTL. We need you to set that back to 30.5 before we do any other PGT ops.
Good reminder. Good work. The 30.5. Former, thanks.
Good words. And can we get a glove and hap check from you, too?
I checked mine when you told Hopper. Mine are good. A couple new black smudges. A little bit of erasering on my right index finger. Plenty of RTB to go around. And my hap is dry.
Copy that. Thanks.
All right, Farmer, Green Horse 1131.
Okay, copy that, Hopper. You can continue translation where you're going the nadir path and then up the forward side of the tunnel out to the jet.
301.
And Hopper, quick reminder on the to avoid all the yellow paint out on the jet.
301. Thank you.
This view from the helmet camera of Mike Hopkins, or as you hear him referred to, Hopper, that's his call sign, heading out to the Japanese experiment module to conduct some camera work. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is on his way to the U.S. lab module to conduct camera work there as well.
Stations SSRS is clear of the CP3 pound tilt envelopes.
So you were that for me?
Negative, I could just talk to Houston about the clearance to the CP3.
Okay, copy.
The next maneuver.
If you're waiting for me, you go to maneuver.
Copy. Next will be a GCA to publish the CP13 HD cam installation. But stand by for a minute with config change.
Copy.
In this view live from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet camera, he's currently on the end of the Canadarm2, and the other voices you hear speaking with him are those of the astronauts inside the space station, JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi and NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. They are robotically maneuvering the arm into place so Victor Glover can reach his next work site on the U.S. lab. The International Space Station is currently flying 270 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean.
Hopper.
I'm at the forward side of the Just Zenith.
Nice. like to look out the gym windows. You could look in.
Yeah.
And this is Soich here. We are ready for GCA to publish the CP13 HD camera installation.
Hopper, you ready?
I am ready.
Hopper, you ready?
A-firm, just a reminder, once you start going for the HD camera, don't touch the vent ports, and that's the only thing I want to get out of the way.
Copy that. Kate, you have a go to GCA to publish.
Copy, go for GCA to publish, starting body up.
I've got good clearance for the lab. I'm leaning back, tools, tethers are tucked in, the ingress gate is collapsed.
Thank you. Yeah, we need a clearance to the lab.
Yep, and Ike will be moving your body up first, and we've got a good view, but also just for your awareness, please watch your head to the lab as we come in.
I've got a good view of the lab, and I'm leaning back. You have a go.
Good motion. Body up.
Good motion, continue.
We continue. Here comes the body in 1 meter. Almost in motion. Ike moving body in.
Motion, continue. Need clearance to the lab.
Yes, thank you. Ike, another 30 seconds to go to publish.
Continue.
Continue.
All right, Farmer, I'm at CP13.
And Farmer, I'm at the gym RMS, and the brackets look good.
Copy Hopper on the brackets, and copy that you're at CP13. Hopper, you're going to stow the GEM RMS bag on handrail 7036. Copy the latches, and then you can put the round scoop on the WVE.
Copy that, inward.
Ike, if you can inspect the CP3 camera, verify the camera is in the stowed position with the lens pointing towards the base.
So lens to the base, and the hood is square.
Copy that. You can retrieve the HD camera out of your bag and verify that the lock lever is flush.
Inward.
As you saw, we just had a brief satellite handover as the astronauts continue stepping through their tasks today. And in the meantime, we have an Ask NASA question, this one from Ben, age 5, who wants to know how the astronaut stops himself from floating away. As you can see in this image, that is NASA astronaut Victor Glover attached to the Canadarm2. However, he is always also tethered to the Canadarm2, as well as Mike Hopkins is tethered to the International Space Station. Astronauts never remove their tethers and always have a grip on the handrail or on the Canadarm2.
You have a go to demate the WVE connector from the PTU J1.
Roger.
And if you need to, you can slide the MLI down.
Roger, inward.
Farmer, I've got the camera out. The lever is flush.
Copy that, Ike. You can position the HD camera for installation.
Work. And Farmer demated.
Okay, copy demated.
Pins, no FOD. What are you, my van?
Good words. Next, you're going to retrieve your PGT settings Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 7 counterclockwise.
Mike Hopkins now working to install the components required for the Japanese robotic arms camera system outside the cabot module. He's using the pistol grip tool to release 2 bolts.
Stand by. And number of turns, Farmer.
Okay, Hopper, you're going to drive, release both the bolts approximately 13 turns.
Roger, Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2. And turning.
Good words.
Farmer, it looks like it's completely seated to me, but the black line is not flush with the back of the SD camera.
And how far off do you think it is, Ike?
Stand by, it is going. Okay. Move, stand by. The black line is flush with the back of the SD camera.
Copy, black line's flush and full test.
Full test. It had a lot of friction going on though, so that black line is clutch.
Okay, copy that. You can remove the round scoop and the window cover and put them in the CP13 bag.
Okay, before I do that, so you think there's a possibility you're going to want me to get off the arm and do the WAP cable to the Ethernet cable? If so, I want to run an idea by you.
Stand by. Okay, Ike, we don't necessarily need it, but we are really good on time. So if that's the way you want to go, we can certainly chat about it.
Okay, I was going to just take the round scoop off of the HD camera and put it on the TVCIC. Then get off the arm and go do it. If you're not worried about it, I think we can stick with the plan as written. I'm happy to do that too.
Okay, totally up to you, Ike. If you're happy to do the cable, we'll have you do it.
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, Farmer WV is removed.
Copy that, Hopper. Okay, Hopper, we're going to then install the spare one onto the interface, and then we'll be looking for PGT settings Bravo to clockwise 2.
PD1. Before I'll install the scoop.
And Ike, real quick while you're there.
I'm going to put them in the bag for now.
Standby 1, Hopper. Sorry about that. Ike, the orientation of that scoop needs to be the same as we had on the WVE. So if you're going to put that on the electronics bucket, it needs to be at that 10 o'clock position. Standby.
Okay, yeah.
Standby 1.
Copy.
Okay, we're good, Ike. You're cleared to proceed then.
Okay, so yeah, we'll do that at the end then. So I'm ready to go to the cables, I believe it is.
Okay, copy that. Standby 1 second. Hopper, what was your last?
Didn't have a last.
Okay, copy that. When you're ready, then we're going to be driving the two, both bolts, the Bravo 2, clockwise 2, and we're looking 12.5 to 15 turns all the way to torque.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2, 12 to 15 turns to torque. Copy. Can I maneuver while you're driving? Absolutely. Hey, Kate, you have to go to maneuver. Reaching Kate.
Sorry, I can say again.
You have to go to maneuver.
And we're not seeing the maneuver. See, are you going to get off the arm right now?
Negative.
Okay, copy. Understand your go-to maneuver. Just check your tools and tethers are clear.
Clear.
This view of NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he is working on the new HD camera on the Destiny laboratory.
Ike, this is CP13 cam backup position, starting a body out from major. And now it's in motion.
Motion, continue.
Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins is driving two bolts, beginning to install the replacement components for the Japanese robotic arms camera system outside the cabot module.
Ike, body next to the body down, away from the structure, 1 meter.
Motion, continue.
Continue. I just want to take a little bit back to the original position and the 10 centimeters and stand by for the joke house.
Copy.
And I could be a joke house 2 minutes to cable setup.
Ready to be able to go.
If you go. Almost in motion.
In motion.
We're now 3 hours into today's spacewalk, which began at 6:56 a.m. Central Time this morning. The astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover are working separately right now, with Victor Glover on your screen at the end of the Canadarm2. Glover is currently working outside the Destiny laboratory, replacing an aging camera with an enhanced HD camera. Meanwhile, Hopkins is outside the Japanese experiment module, replacing components for that robotic arms camera system. So far today, the astronauts completed battery work that began in January 2017, installing the final lithium-ion battery and final adapter plate, routing its power through the station. They also installed the final bolt in the direct current switching unit. And Mike Hopkins removed an H-fixture, preparing for future power upgrades to the station. The team also just installed a CP3 camera on the starboard truss at the S1 lower outboard location, replacing a camera that was formerly magenta in color. And that little patch of Earth you see below is 260 miles below the space station, and that is Columbia.
And I stand by for the next manual maneuver.
Copy. Arm on the Zenith bolt. I only got 12 turns. Good torque though, good green light. Later one, it was 14 turns.
Copy. 12 turns on the Zenith bolt and 14 turns on the Nader bolt.
That's affirmative. And torque on the Zenith was 16, and Nader was 15.8.
Okay, 16 on the Zenith and 15.8 on the Nader. The 12 turns is slightly less than we were expecting, so we're talking about that.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to move you to the ECA GCA to publish. That's a cable mate position, starting body right, followed by body end.
Go for GCA.
Okay, go for GCA. Arms in motion, body right.
Motion, continue.
The stop the body right to continue body in 1 meter. Copy, go. Arms in motion.
Good clearance to the light and ETBCG.
Copy, good clearance. 60 centimeters to go, body in.
Yep.
Copy, continue. 50 centimeters. Centimeters to published. And like this is published.
Okay, and if you could take me 10 centimeters to my right.
Copy, 10 centimeters body right. Motion.
Motion, continue. Stop motion. And if you could take me 10 centimeters toward my feet, down.
Copy, 10 centimeters toward your feet.
Good motion, continue.
Keep motion.
Good motion, continue.
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 Ready? Okay, want to continue?
And stop motion. ETA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes on.
Copy.
Okay, copy the GCA complete.
Not the cables.
Ike, we're going to have you hold there for a second and let us talk to Hopper.
Roger.
Okay, Hopper, big picture with that bolt. We're going to have to back it out one turn and then drive it at a different PGT setting. So we're going to go to the zenith bolt, PGT setting of Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2 and come out one turn.
Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2, out one turn, and then driving in is what?
Driving in is going to be Bravo 4 clockwise 2.
Okay, Bravo 7, one turn, and then Bravo 4.
Good words.
Let me get 3 turns at least.
Yeah, not necessarily 3 turns going back in, just drive it to torque.
Give me one.
Okay, Ike, with you in position, we can go ahead and demate the PTU cable from the light, so P4 from J1.
Can work. Okay, levers aft over center is demated. FOD, HDMI band. And the pins on the light look good.
Okay, copy that. Next, you're going to mate the PTU cable to the HD camera, so P4 to J1.
Okay, and I've taken the cap off of J1.
A-firm.
Do you have a cap on it?
A-firm.
Okay, it is mated. Lever aft and it's going forward. Lever forward over center. Good full test. And the PTU cable is mated. The HD camera.
Copy, good words. You can mate then the jumper cable from the HD camera to the light. So that's the jumper cable P1 to the light J1.
north. Okay, farmer, I only got 1.14 turns, 19.2 on the torque green light.
Okay, copy that. We're going to call that a good install then.
Roger.
This view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he works
J1 and put the MLI over the connector.
Roger. Hey, farmer, the cap is off the jumper. Lever's aft, good. Good connector, no FOD, good EMI band. Got a good inspection on the light side. It is mated. Lever forward is now over center. Jumper is mated to the light.
Roger that. Next, we're going to route the PTU cable and the jumper cable through the TA clamp.
Copy. Can work. All right, farmer, I've got mated. Good pins, good no FOD, good EMI band. Over center. I'm reinstalling the wire tie and the MLI.
Copy that.
Glover has just mated 2 cables necessary for install of the new HD camera on the Destiny laboratory.
Cable and the jumper cable are in the HD camera TA clamp.
Okay, copy that. Next, we're routing the WAP cable. So we're going to open the PTU cable restraint, place the PTU cable and the WAP cable in the cable restraint, and then close and lock the restraint.
Okay, the PTU cable is already in there. I'm going to add the WAP cable. It'll work. The WAP cable has these tape bundles, and I'm supposed to put it in there to line it up, correct?
Yeah, those white marshmallow things. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
A-firm. The cable restraint should go between those.
Okay. Cable restraint is closed and locked. Lever's twisted, and the PTU cable and the WAP cable between the marshmallows are in the restraint.
Okay, copy that. Looks good from here. You can temp stow the cable clamp on the PTU cylinder and place the strap and the remainder of the cable over on the nadir side of the camera.
Okay, copy. Stand by.
Copy, and then once
sorting out these caps.
Roger that. And then once you get the
sorting out the cap off the hold on for a second. Cap off the HD camera and the cap off the jumper cable are taking up my wrist now, so I'm gonna in my trash bag.
And we copy that plan, Ike.
Okay, both of those caps are in my trash bag, and I'm going to temp stow clamp.
certainly an office with a view for our spacewalkers today. This is a view from Victor Glover's helmet camera.
The Zenith harness, WVE, it looked like there may have been some Kapton tape or something still on there. Can you take a look at those and see if you see any of that?
Actually, there was Kapton tape that was over the that white paint. And so I took that, it was the protective cover over it. And so I took that off and put it in my trash bag. And that was what they saw.
Okay, that sounds good. As long as there's no more tape sitting out there, that's probably what we saw.
I'll double check, but I think that might be what you guys saw, but I'll double check.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
This view from the helmet camera of Mike Hopkins stowing the failed camera that was on the Japanese experiment module robotic manipulator system, their robotic arm.
You had a good checkout on CP3, so nice work on that.
Excellent. Good news.
And Ike, once you get that cable and clamp temp stowed over there, then the next up is an arm maneuver to the clamp position.
Okay, I have it temp stowed. And I'm ready. Hopper, can I, you got it, maneuver. IK, so you have to go to the clamp position.
This will be a maneuver, backward maneuver followed by the jaw cast. So stand by for motion.
Stand by, stand by. The TA clamp came open. I'm just resetting it. Okay, it's closed. I use this wire tie since it's here. Okay, the TA clamp is reclosed, and I just do the wire tie over it since it's already temp stowed there. Okay, K3, you have to go to maneuver.
Copy, go for maneuver. Stand by for motion.
And quick check of your ingress aid, since that's pretty critical here.
It is collapsed. Motion. Maybe not. That was me.
Now in motion, body down.
Good motion.
Good motion. Looking for 2 meters.
A view from Victor Glover's helmet camera as the International Space Station orbits 264 statute miles over the North Atlantic Ocean. We're coming up on 3 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, both astronauts working separately to replace cameras outside of the International Space Station.
So now it's a backward position. Stand by for the next jaw cast. 2 minutes and a half.
We'll go to maneuver.
Go for maneuver. Stand by. Okay, Ike, this will be a 2.5 minutes JOCAS to clamp setup. Arms come into motion.
Copy.
This helmet camera view from Victor Glover on the Canadarm2, and this one inside the International Space Station. You can see Kate Rubins, and to her left, Soichi Noguchi. They are controlling the Canadarm2 from inside using robotic controls to maneuver the robotic arm and moving Victor Glover into place to complete his tasks on today's spacewalk.
Hey. Got it, Harper, it's a JOCAS. It's a JOCAS? Okay, thanks. All right, Farm, I took a double look. I don't see any F's on tape. Again, I think it was just this, was the cap over the top of this white 93 thing.
Okay, that sounds good. We're good with that inspection. Appreciate that. And then other just verification, you didn't see any flaking on the white paint when you were putting a WVE in the bag?
I did not see any flaking.
All right, Hopper, with that, I think we're done out here at this work site. So you had the bag on the BRT. We just get a glove and hat check, and then we can send you home.
Roger that. Didn't work. Okay, dry hat. And the right glove just has some smudges on it on the pinky and ring finger.
Copy that. With that, you can go ahead and translate over to CP13. We're going to go ahead and have you do the cable mate that we were talking about before, and then big picture plan for you guys is we've got some get-aheads ahead, or following these things. Hopper, you can expect to do the S4 H-fixture.
Okay, Hopper copies. You copy. So ETK, if you're waiting on me, you have to go to maneuver.
Negative, we're setting up cameras. We're almost about to go.
Mike Hopkins now moving on to his next work site, having completed the installation of the Japanese experiment module's remote manipulator system camera upgrade.
Clamp back off position.
Copy, yes, go to maneuver.
Okay, arms in motion.
Motion.
Mike Hopkins is making his way to the CP-13 worksite. That is the camera being replacing an aging camera on the Destiny laboratory. Victor Glover, you can see him on the end of the Canadarm2 being maneuvered into place for his next steps at the same worksite.
You guys got a night pass coming up in a couple minutes, and we also have a brief LOS coming up in 2 minutes.
If you want. Thank you. Okay, I come at my green hook. Awesome. How was that translation out there? That wasn't bad. Better than it sounded? Yeah. I mean, it was better than it sounded.
Coming up on 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk that started at 6:56 a.m. Central Time this morning, the astronauts have been stepping through their tasks with the completion of the battery work that began in January 2017, securing the final lithium-ion battery in the station and installing the final adapter plate, as well as driving the last bolt in a direct current switching unit. Mike Hopkins also removed an H-fixture that'll be necessary for a future power upgrade, and the duo installed a new camera on the starboard truss. Hopkins just completed upgrades to the Japanese experiment module remote manipulator system camera, and the two are now working on installing an HD camera outside the Destiny laboratory.
2 meters up. Good motion. Continue.
As you can see, we just went through a brief satellite handover. And we've got a question from Martina with the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Martina wants to know how the temperature changes during sunrise and sunset while spacewalking, how the suits are dealing with it, and if astronauts have the possibility to take a drink while on the spacewalk. In the sunlight, when the space station is in an orbital daytime, it can be 250 degrees Fahrenheit, and without sunlight, it can be a negative 250 degrees outside. Therefore, the spacesuits have a cooling garment that allows the astronaut to control the temperature inside the suit, as well as thermal properties keeping them warm. Additionally, in the suit is an in-suit drink bag that's a plastic water-filled pouch that attaches to the inside of the hard upper torso. A plastic tube with a bite valve sticks out of the bag, and the tube and the valve can be adjusted to be near the astronaut's mouth. Biting that valve opens the tube so the spacewalker can take a drink, and releasing the bite closes the valve again.
And Hopper, we just got word from JAXA that we got a good checkout on the WVE. Good work.
Let's go in 10 more centimeters. 10 more centimeters body in.
Okay, copy. 10 more centimeters body in. Motion. That's 10 centimeters.
And GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
NASA astronaut Bob Hines is serving as today's ground IV, relaying information and tasks up to the crew spacewalking today.
Yep, sorry to step on you guys there.
The clamp install position.
Copy, Ike. Sorry to step on you guys there. Next, you can place the cable clamp into the PTU notch. Make sure that the cable is routing toward the stanchion and then lock the clamp.
Work. Okay, Farmer, I'm here at CP13.
You'll also hear ground IV Bob Hines being referred to as Farmer, his call sign.
I could go ditch this bag and get the H-fixture and then come back here. Okay, the clamp is installed.
And Hopper, are you able to retrieve the WAP cable? The Ethernet cable should be stowed at the base of the stanchion, and then we'll just need the WAP cable from Ike.
And I've got a nod from Ike. I'll go get it. In work. And would you have a red to take the cable off the WAP cable, or do you want me to take it off? No, I've got a red. You the cap? Yeah, I'm good. I've got one. Okay.
Hopkins on his way to retrieve a WAP cable. That stands for wireless access point. That will need to be mated to the Ethernet cable. And earlier we heard some news relayed up to the spacewalkers that JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, received a good checkout on the new camera installed on their remote manipulator system outside the Cabot module.
Okay, I think that's his wire tied right there. Point in. Yep. I think you're all right. Okay. Ready? I need that part. Okay, I got it. Yep. And now we don't snug it down yet because I still got to install the strap. Yep. I'm just folding it so I can get the cap off. Okay.
And Hopper, our game plan is to just leave you here until we finish this task. We're really far ahead right now, so I think we'll just pick up some efficiency by keeping you here for now.
If you want. Me too.
And Ike, we didn't hear it if you called down. Have you completed the clamp installation yet and locking the clamp?
Clamp is installed, locked with a good full test.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. And then one more thing, just verify that that you did retrieve the ret off the cable clamp.
I have it to my mini workstation. I haven't taken it all the way off, though, but I'm ready to if you're ready.
Yep, as long as the clamp is installed and locked, you can remove that ret. And then there is one more arm position. It's the strap position. So whenever you're ready, you can move the arm to that position.
Actually, I'm going to stay here for a second. So I'm good in the current position.
And M2 copies.
And Farmer, I have both caps off. Do you want me to mate, or are we waiting on that?
Stand by 1 for now.
Okay, Farmer, can you give me some words on the strap? I may be able to install it from right here.
Yeah, so as the strap comes down, the first step is placing the side of the strap that has the quarter turn fasteners over the tether point on the electronics box.
Okay. And which way does that quarter turn fastener face? I think I may need to put it on the other side.
So the Velcro that's on the strap points towards the stanchion.
Velcro towards the stanchion.
And then once you have that on there with the Velcro toward the stanchion.
Which side should the French hook be on? Should the French hook be on the side, on the neighbor side or the Zenith side?
The French hook should be on the nadir side.
Nadir side, okay. There we go.
And that looks like a good config there, Ike. And once you get that end of the strap around there, you can use your end effector on the tether point to hold it in place while you fish the other end around the backside of it.
Thank you.
Supposed to go over that lock cable. Here, I'm going to release it.
Again? No.
Good?
Yep, it's good.
Okay.
Can you tell me how the cable, the tether, the strap is? Is it twisted?
It does look like it has one twist.
Okay. Oh, can you reach it? Thank you.
I can't. All right, so you can see it there. How does it look when it comes around? be like this, like that. Yeah. Okay. There you go.
And just a reminder for you guys, there is another arm position if you think that would be helpful. Otherwise, looks like you guys are making some progress right now too.
Yeah, that looks flat, Ike. About the strap? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I got the quarter turn fastener in, and then farmer confirm I use this long wire tie to wire tie it through that loop.
A-firm, once the quarter turn fasteners are done, all you have to do is find the squished end of that wire tie and feed it through there. It doesn't need 3 turns or anything like that. Just put it in place to help hold it in there.
The quarter turn fastener is mated, and the wire tie is through. See the tightening part of it over there? I do. You able to snug it down? I can. Let me get a little better position. You hold on to it? Got it. So it's tightening itself, so it's not going anywhere. Yeah. No, I just look at me. Get hard in. How's that look? Looks good. And now we've got the French hook there in place. I can see it. So you've got some slack on the lap cable you could take up if you're able. Okay, let me just do a quick check on this side. Oh, yeah. This looks good. Okay. Take in some slack, you said? A-firm. That looks good. Right there, your French hook is in line with the stanchion. Roger it. So, Ichi, I don't think we're going to need the other arm position unless you need to go there for automatic maneuver. So, I think we got that.
I understand. That's good to hear.
Yeah. Armor, anything else on this? If not, I can get moving out of the way. Are you still happy with that length? It still looks great. Okay, very good.
Yeah, and Hopper, just
I'm ready to mate.
Okay.
Whenever.
Copy. That was going to be my next question. Yeah, you have a go to mate the WAP cable to the Ethernet cable.
Okay. So 5. Good EMI bands, good pins.
Good words.
And I can understand you don't need any maneuvers. So are you ready for the maneuver to ESP to backup at this time?
Armor?
Yeah, Ike, before you go, if you can verify the SD camera hood.
I think so. It is still square. And Farmer, the Ethernet and the lock cable are connected over center.
Copy the good mate, and Ike, with that inspection, you are good to leave the work site.
All right, so you guys have a go for your ping test, and Kate Soichi, I'm ready for maneuver. Go to maneuver.
You go for maneuver. That will be a maneuver for the back row position, so stand by.
You too.
And station on Space Ground 1, we see that 19 for the road procedure.
Like this is a maneuver, first the body out, followed by the body down. So arms in motion.
Copy, go for GCA to publish.
Okay, this is actually a maneuver, but arms continue.
Is it okay?
If this is a maneuver, not the GCA, and we'll be doing the manual body out, followed by body down.
Copy, go for GCA to publish. And Farmer, I have to go back to Airlock.
Standby 1, Hopper.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hopper, before you leave, on the WVS camera, we noticed a unassociated TA clamp that was undone.
The WVE.
No, on your helmet cam, it was at the base of the stanchion, the CP13 stanchion.
Oh, on 13.
A-firm.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So, Hopper, when you find that TA clamp, if you can just close the TA clamp, then you can head back to the airlock. And comms back over to you, Ike.
Roger that. And that was released when I got up here. There's several TA clamps, some that are empty. You want me to close them all?
A-firm, if you can, please. Thanks.
Like this is a joke as 3.5 minutes to ESP2 back off.
Go.
Arms in motion. Copy, go.
Almost 3 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have just completed installation of the CP13 HD camera outside of the U.S. laboratory. This comes after completion of several other tasks today, including the final lithium-ion battery being secured to the International Space Station and the final adapter plate connecting it and completing its circuit. Along with this, Glover installed the final bolt in the direct current switching unit, and this completes the battery upgrades that began in January 2017. Mike Hopkins removed an H-fixture, preparing the area for upgrades to the future power system. And the team worked together to install a new HD camera on the starboard truss. Hopkins then went to the Japanese experiment module and installed a new camera to the remote manipulator system. Meanwhile, Glover was working on the CP13 HD camera installation outside the U.S. laboratory, which the duo just finished. The International Space Station is currently flying in an orbital nighttime 263 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
6-inch socket on the PGT for any get-ahead. Sorry, I stepped on you, Hopper. Go ahead.
Just giving us status. I'm at the top of the Cedarburg. Come down.
Roger. All right, good news. We got a good ping test on the camera. Nice work.
Thanks for the update. Thank you.
Okay, big picture for you guys. We're a little over 4 hours on the PET.
Copy.
We've got a 7+30 limiting consumable, which MEDOX. Our game plan, Hopper, is for you to do the H-fixture out on S4, and Ike, have you do the WIFX relocate and, the WIFX and APFR relocate and the OI WIF relocate as well.
Copy that. Ike, you good? Copy. Hi, Navy. For Supra. All right, Farmer, I'm at the airlock. Opening the thermal cover.
Copy thermal cover. You're going to stow your GEM RMS bag in there, and you're going to retrieve crew lock bag number 1 for the H-fixture.
Roger.
As you heard, the recently installed CP13 HD camera outside of the U.S. lab is reporting good configuration, and the crew continues to move ahead of the timeline today.
Are you ready for me to take on? Ready. Go for GCA to publish.
Hey, we'll go. Copy, we'll go.
Because the crew is ahead of schedule, they have been assigned some get-ahead tasks.
Okay, Ike, first the station zenith by 2 meters, followed by the station aft. Now it's in motion.
Okay, I may take some of that zenith off.
Okay. Station zenith.
Hopkins is making his way back to the airlock to retrieve the tools he needs to remove another H-fixture, this one on the S4 truss.
Station aft.
Yep, I like it.
Now it's motion.
That'd be good motion, sir. That's good motion.
Good motion, about 1 meter to go.
Victor Glover is still in the Canada Arm 2, moving back to position. He's been tasked with relocating the APFR, or the articulating portable foot restraint, which he is currently standing in, and preparing that for an upcoming spacewalk.
Copy, continue. And Ike, this is published.
And that's perfect. GCA complete.
Copy.
And so I'm going to get out here. I'll start my tape tether swap, and then I may have you go a little more zenith for the removal.
Currently, the brakes on.
Copy, brakes on. Do you copy my last?
Copy.
And Ike, just a quick verification pull test on the socket swap that you completed.
Pull test on both the socket caddy and the PGT. With a 7/16 swabble on my PGT.
Copy, good words.
Actually, Cadence Luigi, this is a good spot. I've got a good visual of the entire arm. Let me grab my waist tether. I'm going to have you guys go and finish that zenith.
Copy.
We've got another Ask NASA question, this one coming from Jess, asking why do the astronauts wear mirrors on their gloves? The mirrors on the gloves are actually so the astronauts can read the writing written on the front of their suits. The front of the suits are where the astronauts have control over multiple systems in their spacesuit.
I'll take care of all that. Once it's up a little further zenith, you have a go. CA.
Copy, yes, stand by with changing parameters.
Copy.
And some of the writing on that spacesuit includes how the astronauts can control the switches and the O2 actuator, volume, and cooling. It's written in mirror image because it's intended to be read via that mirror on their wrist.
All right, copy that, Hopper. Check the thermal cover closed and safer handle check.
Thermal cover is closed. Checking safer handles now.
And we're moving the arm station zenith. House in motion.
Motion, continue.
Good motion.
Motion, continue.
Continue.
How far to publish?
It's about a meter and a half station zenith.
I think you can stop right there.
Copy. Arms motion stop.
CA complete.
The brakes on.
Brakes on.
Okay, Ike, it appears we lost your WVS signal. Can you double check that your button is, or just press it and cycle it?
Okay, did green light.
Copy, thanks. We got you back.
We're now 4 hours into today's spacewalk, and the astronauts have completed all of their major tasks.
All right, Hopper, we see you moving.
Come up to see this first. Visual. Phase one.
And Hopper, just heads up for you, when you get out to the Sarge, we're going to be looking, the 3 Alpha BGA is going to be nadir.
Copy, nadir. Thank you. All right, Farmer. My yellow hook is back to my red reel. Back to the green reel. And my green hook is back to the red reel, both unlocked.
Copy that. And we have a day pass and a short LOS coming up in about 50 seconds.
Copy. Good. And do I have a spot I have to put my green hook down? Can I get there?
Yeah, we don't have one specified, so find someplace convenient, either a cedar rail or a handrail nearby.
On the right side of your screen, Victor Glover's helmet camera. And on the left, helmet camera belonging to Mike Hopkins. You can see Glover has now egressed or exited the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint.
We will be a maneuver to backward.
And as you heard Ground IV Bob Hines relay to the crew members, we are in a short satellite handover. And when we return, we can expect to see more daylight outside of the space station. The station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, moving at 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth.
Arms moving station forward about a meter and 20.
Copy. I put my green hook down. 3011, it's just outboard of the starboard seated cart underneath it. Copy that, if you should need it. And I'm done at ESPQ, heading back to the airlock. Roger.
And Ike, that completes today's wonderful ride. Thanks for flying Rubens Express.
Well, Jackie, a repeat customer. Fly with Air Rubens anytime. Thank you.
Anytime.
The words coming from JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi inside the International Space Station. And this question from Gianluca, age 7, addresses exactly what we just heard, asking how do the astronauts know when the robotic arm will move and do they control it? You can see the robotic arm clearly in this picture, also known as the Canada Arm 2, and down to the bottom right, that's astronaut Victor Glover, who has been on the arm for much of today's spacewalk. Inside the International Space Station is Kate Rubins. You can see her there with those screens, as well as Soichi Noguchi, who have been working on controlling the robotic arm from inside the space station today. The astronaut outside knows when the arm will move because he or she is in constant contact with the astronauts inside the International Space Station and can even relay directions like how much closer or further he or she needs to be away from the task they are working on.
All right, I don't know if Farmer's back, but I'm at the Sarge. Gauntlets are in place. Copy.
Copy, Gauntlets, thanks.
All right, Farmer, the APFR is installed. The boot plate's facing nadir, and the ingress aid is folded down.
Okay, copy. Good words. We had a lot of chatter going on where you're doing this tether swap. Can we just get a quick run through of that just to make sure we got a good tether config?
Green hook to the red reel is locked. Yellow hook is locked to the green reel. Both reels are unlocked.
Copy. Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
Farmer, I'm almost back to the airlock.
Okay, Firm, you can go back to the airlock and drop off your bag. And we're going to start off with you doing the WIF-X, which you're just past. Do the WIF-X and the APFR relocate.
Okay. Yep. Should I go back and get it, or just drop the bag off first?
No, drop the bag off first, and then you'll need your BRT open for it.
All right, can I open the thermal covers?
Yep.
Thermal coverage is open.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Say again, Farmer?
Disregard.
On the right side of your screen is Victor Glover's helmet camera. You can see he's made it back to the airlock, but the day is not finished yet. He's going to be working on an articulating portable foot restraint and preparing that for another spacewalk in the future. Meanwhile, on the left side of your screen is Mike Hopkins' camera view. He's making his way out to conduct another H-fixture removal and preparing the area for future power upgrades.
How you doing, Ike? Dropping off this ORU bags. Doing well. All right, I'm out at 3 Alpha.
That glimpse of the Earth below Mike Hopkins from his helmet camera is a look at the South Pacific Ocean as the International Space Station flies 271 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean south of New Zealand.
Releasing the bolt.
Bolt? Roger. Farmer, just confirm, I don't need to grab anything out of the airlock, right?
That's correct, Ike.
Just making a deposit. All right, coming back out. Okay, Farmer, the thermal cover's closed.
Okay, copy that. Check your safer handles down, and then we'll take a glove and hap check for you.
Copy, you work. Right, farmer half is dry, and gloves. Only change is a little bit of that black stuff has rubbed away, so they're still looking good. Working on safer handles now.
Copy that.
You just heard NASA astronaut Victor Glover in this view from his helmet camera as he's at the airlock preparing for his next task, setting up an APFR and articulating portable foot restraint for a future spacewalk. He gave a glove and HAP check. HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, and the astronauts regularly check this to make sure there's no fluid in their helmet. Additionally, as you can see, a spacewalk is a completely hands-on task, and so the astronauts conduct regular glove checks to ensure there are no tears in their gloves and they can proceed with the spacewalk.
Okay, you're going to translate to the WIF-X over on the starboard side of ESP2, WIF-3, and put it on your BRT.
On the way.
And Hopper, reminder on this H-fixture, only 2 bolts are currently installed, so it's bolts 2 and 4 we're going to be working.
The Bravo 7 counterclockwise 1 is set.
That's a good setting. We're looking at bolts 2 and 4. We're going to turn both of them 1 to 2 turns only in any order. Report turns.
Roger.
This view from Mike Hopkins' helmet camera, you can tell because it is designated number 18 in the bottom right. He is using the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, to release another H-fixture. That was one of his tasks earlier today as well. And with that successful completion, as well as the other tasks that the spacewalkers were given today, they've decided to move on to future get-aheads. And we're in a current LOS, or loss of signal. These are tracked and expected throughout the spacewalk, and we will regain video communications with our astronauts shortly.
Bolt 4, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns, bolt 4.
Two turns, bolt 2.
Okay, 2 turns, bolt 2. Keeping the same settings, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1. We're going to release them 10 additional turns.
Here you've got a view of Victor Glover, and then his view on the right side of your screen, making his way to his next work site. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins continues removal of the bolts on the H-fixture. Another handover period of the tracking data and relay satellite systems.
Okay, farmer, I've got the WIF extender.
Copy that, Ike. You're going to translate out to the port CETA carts, looking for WIF 3.
Port CETA cart WIF 3.
And some other acronyms you just heard. Victor Glover, also known as his call sign Ike, is heading out to the port CETA cart. That stands for Crew Equipment and Translation Aid.
On the CETA cart.
He'll be be working with the WIF, or the worksite interface, and preparing the area for another upcoming spacewalk.
All right, 4 released with 7 turns, 2 released with 8 turns.
Copy. 7 turns on bolt 4, 8 turns on bolt 2. All right, just verify all 4 of the bolts are released. If you need to, you can use your fingers to continue releasing them.
Roger. All right, I'm headed up to Cedar Spur. Roger.
And copy that, Ike. And obviously, with us doing the get-aheads, please keep an eye on the safety tethers as we move starboard.
Hoppers and I just got acquainted. It's good, we're clear. Little farmer.
Yes, sir.
I can't get my fingers in there to remove one and
Copy that. Stand by 1.
yeah, it's just put fingers, but it's hard to get your finger inside these. If you remember on that H-fixture, bolts go down into a... Okay, I did get one. I'm working 3 now.
And when they're released, they should pop out. So I don't know if you can tell that at all while you're messing with it.
Okay, all 4 are released.
Copy. All 4 are released. So you can retrieve the wedge assembly if that's what you want to do again, and put them in the H-fixture channel.
Yes, that's what I want to do.
This view from Mike Hopkins' helmet camera. He just removed the H-fixture that was removed from the station earlier, and he's now working to remove the second of the day, a get-ahead task since all others have been completed.
Copy that, Ike. Once you get up to WIF 3, you're going to put the WIF-X in settings of 7 alpha 1.
7 alpha 1. Okay. And 7, clocking to 7 would have it pointing like nadir and Robert. Is that what you have in mind?
Should be nadir and port.
Okay, if I put it at 7, I think. All right, let me just try it and see. Okay, yep, you're right. Putting nadir and port toward the Bottom center of the seated cart. Okay. 7 Alpha are set. Full twist test. It is locked black on black.
Okay, copy that, Ike. And then next you're going to retrieve the APFR that's there on the SETA cart with 2, and you're going to install that into the WIFX.
H-fixtures released.
Nice work. You're the H-fixture black belt.
It's the wedge tool. Hey, Farmer, I'm having a hard time getting to the indication on the 1 versus 2. Can you just tell me, is that where they collapse or is it extended?
1 should be fully collapsed.
7 Alpha 1 set. 7 the APFR.
Copy, good work. Yeah, and go ahead, Ike.
Farmer, you want a full tool in?
Yeah, sorry. If we can get some pictures of the GSE pad before you leave.
Will do. And do you need a full inventory of the bag?
Yes, please. We would like an inventory of the bag.
Roger. On the integral rep, I've got an adjustable mic. You good for me to go ahead and do this? Give me the APFR settings, Farmer, and then you got it.
Okay, Ike, your APFR settings are going to be 12 Sierra Golf 3. And Hopper, if you stand by on that inventory for a second.
Cool. Copy.
Four hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk, Mike Hopkins has successfully removed another H-fixture.
Pad, and then you can just leave that out. We're going to do the next task is a photo task, and then we'll do the inventory after that.
Roger. Okay, Farmer, clock to 12. Good pull and twist test, black on black.
Good works.
Hello, Sierra Golf 3.
Affirm.
All right, Farmer. I need to go ahead and do some of this inventory and get some of this stuff back in the bag.
Okay, that's fine. We're ready to copy.
Okay. All right. I've got a knuckle red to an adjustable with a hammer and I can't remember. PRS, what is it, PRS?
PRS, Affirm. Pin tool and sheath.
Yeah. Then I got an integral to a pry bar, and that's going. The integral's going to adjustable to the pry bar, and then the other end is empty. And that one. got an adjustable, got a second adjustable that has an H-fixture, got a small rec with the camera, got an integral with the wedge assembly, I've got an integral with the adjustable and 2 pliers, I've got a small with an adjustable and a combo wrench and an H-fixture. And I think that's it. And then on the outside, I've got an adjustable.
Yeah, that's a good inventory offer.
Okay, Farmer 12 Sierra Golf 3, and that APFR has a really sticky pitch knob.
Okay, copy that. Confirm that you were able to get it to pop back out after you set.
Confirm.
Okay, copy that. That's a good install. You can go ahead and head back towards the airlock. Your next task is going to be to relocate the OI whiff.
Work.
And Hopper, while you're buttoning that thing up, game plan for you is to do some of the photo ops on the mini pump module on P1.
All right, Farmer, I am tally the OI whiff.
Okay, copy that. Just confirm we're on the forward side of the equipment lock.
Confirm at airlock with 3.
Hey, good words. You can ret to the tether points and lift the 2 tabs and slide the OI whiff off. It slides away from the tether point.
Copy and work.
Now over 4 hours and 31 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 6:56 a.m. Central Time this morning. The astronauts have completed all of their major tasks and moved on to get-aheads, of which Mike Hopkins has completed another H-fixture removal, preparing the station for future power upgrades. And Victor Glover has completed work on an APFR, or an articulating portable foot restraint, preparing the station for future spacewalks.
Farmer, I have the OI whiff on my workstation. Heading to the aft end of the equipment lock.
Okay, good words. Just a landmark for you as you go around the wagon wheel and come up the aft side. Handrail 0510 is when you want to start moving port.
0510, start port. 2.
And Hopper, when you get a chance, glove and half check, please.
Okay. All right, crew lock bag 1 is on my BRT.
We've got another handover between the tracking data and relay satellite system, and we will regain communications and video with the crew shortly. In the meantime, a look back at all that has been accomplished in the last 4 hours and 34 minutes. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover secured the final lithium-ion battery to the International Space Station and installed the final adapter plate, completing its circuit.
Copy that, and we just got good words on a good pan and tilt test for CP13, so 3 for 3 in the cameras today. Nice work.
That's awesome. Thank you. Good news. Thank you. Farmer, I'm in the vicinity. I see with locations 5 and 6.
Okay, stand by 1 second.
Hopkins then moved on to remove an H-fixture, preparing the station for future power upgrades before the duo moved on to complete CP3 camera installation, an HD camera aboard the starboard truss.
As you translate back, we're going to need you to check the brakes on the CETA cart, and then the next task for the MPM is going to be out at the S0P1 base 6 bulkhead.
Okay. Let's do the we'll get the CETA carts first, and then we'll the other items.
Roger that. Big picture, you're just heading over towards P1.
Roger.
Okay, Ike, looks like you slid, I see the OI whiff on there. We're looking for whiff 6. You're going to slide it onto the fitting and then verify that the 2 tabs are down and look for a pull test.
Work.
The team also completed Japanese robotic arm camera replacement and installed an upgraded camera outside the U.S. lab, which Bob Hines just relayed has checked out well and performing as expected. This view from Mike Hopkins' helmet camera, giving you a glimpse at those batteries aboard the International Space Station.
How you guys are feeling?
Super. Hi, Navy. That means good. Okay, Farmer, the gloves still look good on my left and pinky. The RTV, the bottom digit, a little bit of peeling, the same, about an 1/8 of an inch, maybe a 1/4 of an inch, and an 1/8 of an inch worth of it peeling up. Most of it's still connected, and the fabric underneath is good to go. Other than that, no change. My half is dry.
Copy that. And that left finger, is that changed from earlier, or is that pretty much the same?
The earlier one was my right pinky. Same place on my right and left pinky. The earlier one was right. This one is left.
Copy that. Good words. All right, Ike, next task for you, we're going to do the magnetic plate R&R at the airlock there, so you can head back, open the thermal cover, and you're going to retrieve the crew lock bag for the airlock task.
Me too. Okay, Farmer, Ike, I'm in board of the Sarge. Thanks.
Copy that, Hopper. And Hopper, you're going to continue port. You're looking for mile marker 8420.
8420. Roger, coming up on the starboard CETA cart. And my green hook.
Ike, when you get into the airlock, it's going to be crew lock bag 3.
Copy, crew lock bag 3. Thermal cover is coming open. All right, Farmer, I got my green reel back. My green hook.
Copy that.
Okay, Farmer, I've got the crew lock bag number 3.
Okay, you can secure that bag to the airlock handrail right near the hatchway with an adjustable. Just make sure that the doors are pointing towards the hatchway.
The cedar cart brake pedal released 2 pushes. Copy that, Hopper. I heard you. Roger.
Sorry, we didn't hear anything, Hopper. Was that for us?
Yep, I was just telling you the starboard cedar cart brake handle was pushed twice.
Copy that, thanks.
You bet. Hey, Farmer, I have the bag.
Okay, out of the bag, you're going to retrieve the IV wrench and secure it to the old magnetic plate. So just let the magnet pull the wrench.
Yeah, the magnet's not very strong, and the force of the red is actually pulling it off. I'll lock the red out, but that magnetic force is not very strong.
Copy, standby 1.
Goodbye. See the cart, 2 pushes on the brakes.
Astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have been on their spacewalk now for 4 hours and 43 minutes. They have moved into get-ahead tasks after completing all of their major scheduled tasks for today.
I'll keep an eye on it. I'll go slow, and I'll just make sure to tend to it. So it is weak. It's not as strong as the one that's in the bag, as the new magnetic plate. But I'll keep that in mind. But I'm ready to kick it off if you are.
Okay, copy that. It's just a warning. Remember, the Zeus fasteners could have sharp edges. And as you're looking at it, note the position of the fastener alignment markings.
Copy. Points towards the center of the hatch opening.
Copy, good words. Retrieve the T-handle tool, and you can release both Zeus fasteners. It's going to be counterclockwise, a quarter turn only.
Copy. That's the release position I was giving you. They release point toward the center of the hatchway. Okay, I've got the plate in hand. Wrench is still held to it. They're both going in the bag.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover, you can see his helmet camera view on the right-hand side, is at the airlock.
Retrieve the new magnetic plate. Also being careful with that one. Lock out the ret as needed to alleviate the side loads.
Glover is working to remove and replace a magnetic plate that helps the thermal cover, which you can see open at the airlock. It helps the thermal cover stay in place. We're in a satellite handover, and we'll regain communications and video with the crew shortly. But currently, you're looking at the inside of Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This room is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, as all of the flight controllers manage, maintain, and help improve the systems aboard the International Space Station.
The new magnetic plate is aligned. Okay, Hopper's at base 6.
Copy that. Standby 1. Ike, for the Zeus fasteners here, you're going to go clockwise slowly until the Zeus fastener drops in, and then you're going to go clockwise to a quarter turn to fasten it.
V2.
We're in another satellite handover as NASA astronaut Victor Glover, or as you'll hear him referred to as Ike, which is his call sign, is at the airlock and working to remove and replace a magnetic plate that helps the thermal cover stay closed.
Fastener 1 is installed.
Copy that.
Fastener 2 is installed. The full test, both sides are solid.
Copy that. Sounds like a good install. Nice work. And when you get a chance, give a good full test using the tether point, and then we'll take an inventory of the crew lock bag.
Full test using the tether point. Let me grab the red off of it, and then I'll give you the inventory. Got pictures that you want, Farmer?
Yeah, so confirm you're at base 6 on the F0P1.
Affirmative. Yep.
Okay, we're going to be photographing the just zenith of the DDCU 3 Bravo. We're looking for the MBA connectors and panel and the surrounding structure. It's basically in the zenith.
Zenith of DDCU.
That's good words. It's the zenith port quadrant of base 6.
See a nitrogen tank.
Okay, you might be one bay too far. So go back to the next bulkhead further starboard, and the DDCU should be there. And the connectors we're trying to get are just above that DDCU. Was that mile marker we gave you too far along?
I think it might have been. That's okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
Are you ready for the inventory?
Okay, copy that, Ike. We're ready, and since you only opened half of the bag, we only need the inventory on that side.
Okay, but I stuck the wrench, I stuck the IV wrench and the magnetic plate on the other side to keep it in, you know, with a closed door while I was doing the other one. So they're on the other side, and on the side I used, I have a ret, the T-handle tool, and then an empty ret, and that's it.
Okay, and I think you said that they may have been on the other side, but the IVA wrench and the magnetic plate are both in there too.
They are on the other side, but yes.
Copy that. That's a good inventory.
Okay, I'm at the port zenith, right above the DCU.
Yeah, it looks like the right spot up there. So we're basically looking for good imagery of those connectors and the surrounding structure that are just zenith of the DDCU.
Roger.
And if you see TA clamps or P clamps, those are the kinds of things we're also trying to get in the picture.
Roger.
This view from helmet camera of NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who has just completed a removal and replacement of an airlock magnet. This new magnet will help keep the thermal cover on the airlock closed.
And Ike, just confirm that your PGT currently has a 6-inch wobble on it.
Confirmed. That is correct.
Okay, copy that.
Hey, Farmer, any other pictures?
A-firm, Hopper, stand by 1 second. Actually, if you want to go ahead and translate one bay, I guess it might be 2 bays over, bay 10, mile marker 8820, should be right near the pump module. And how are you feeling, Hopper, or Ike?
Navy.
It's unclear. Is that good or bad?
Well, what do you think, Farmer? Well, what do you think, Farmer? Funny, funny.
Yeah, Hopper, so we're looking at the port side of the pump module. We've got some more photos there. There's the MOI attachment and then Bay 10 overview.
Yeah, no, I copy that. I'm just saying, what do you guys think from get ahead? Because
so
we had a good day.
Yep, totally agree. There are 3 more photo sites that are kind of in line here, just along phase 1, that would be part of this get-ahead that you're doing. And then for Ike, we are going to send him out to do the MMOD bolt release out at P4.
Tell you what, why don't we take these pictures and let's call it a day.
Okay, that sounds like a good plan.
Okay, I'm at Bay 10. Copy that, Hopper.
Okay, copy that, Ike. Or sorry, Hopper, you're at Bay 10, should be around mile marker 8820.
8880 is where it starts.
Okay, and basically we're just looking for a photo of the MOI attachment points along the MPM.
Along the MPM. Along the pump module?
Yeah, so if you just get just port of the pump module and then take the picture as you're looking aft and starboard along that side of the pump module.
Roger.
And Ike, we're just going to hold you in position if you want to maybe take a look in the airlock and make sure that things are tidied up.
Tidy is not not a word I'd use to describe the airlock right now.
Copy that. And
Let me do what I can.
Copy that, and no hurry if you want to hang out and relax too. That's fine.
If I can put some of these bungees to use. Yeah, I tried with the WVE. Yeah. I don't know if it's still there.
4 hours and 57 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the International Space Station is flying 265 statute miles over the southern coast of Ireland. This view is from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Victor Glover on his second spacewalk today.
Okay,
This is the helmet camera of Mike Hopkins. My apologies. He is taking photos of the external portions of the space station to document its current state. Meanwhile, Victor Glover is at the airlock, having just wrapped up a removal and replacement of an airlock magnet to help the thermal cover stay in place. These were both get-ahead tasks on today's timeline, the astronauts having completed all of their major tasks, moving swiftly and ahead of schedule the entire time.
Coming your way. Okay. I've opened up the middle as much as I can. That, the medium or you guys are looking pretty good. The ETVCG is, it's gonna make it a little challenging.
You got it up forward against the hatch?
It is aft and against the hatch.
Yeah, okay.
All right, and I'm hanging out in my usual place, aft.
All right, top of the sphere.
See ya.
Enjoying the views?
Enjoying the view.
Both of our astronauts coming into frame now. In the left, you can see Mike Hopkins with the red stripes around his spacesuit, who was EV1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1, for today's spacewalk, his fourth. And on the right is Victor Glover on his second spacewalk.
Okay. We are both at the airlock, and I think it's time. I'm going to take one last look around, watch the sunset. Beautiful view. All right.
Yeah, enjoy the view. You guys did a great job today. You guys rocked it. When you get a chance, if someone can take a look at the airlock hatch pip pin before we start ingressing.
Roger.
I can see him easy.
Okay, my waist tether is to the D-ring in the airlock. Tail closed, slider lock, black on black. Got a good pull test. And let me put my screw lock bag inside. Happy. Thank you.
We're experiencing another satellite handover as the astronauts prepare to ingress or enter the airlock following today's spacewalk. The spacewalk itself won't be considered complete until repressurization of the airlock begins.
Okay. EV1 is in the airlock, and I am transitioning to hopper and EV2. EV1 for ingress, Ike copies. And confirm, so you got a good safety tether chain for your waist tether? I do, but just let me get a double check on it. That's affirmative. Lock V-ring extender, Velcro, Silock, black on black, good pull test. Copy that. My waist tether, small hook is locked to my right V-ring extender. Big hook is locked to your safety tether anchor hook. Gate closed, locked black on black. I've got your safety tether anchor hook. Off the handrail, locked to my hook, black on black. Good pull test between the two. That is now my chain. Isn't that in the airlock? And I will grab my safety tether anchor bolt hook off the forward starboard. Roger. And whenever you're ready, I will come on in. Come on in, Ike. There. Okay. Got the camera group. It is on the aft side, but I've got it held low. Okay. If you're able to come up high. That's it.
All right, nice job on the ingress. When you guys are ready, you can remove the STUs from the stowage pouches and install them on your DCM.
Roger. Okay. Thermal cover is closed. Bring my feet out a little bit more. Yeah, you hitting it? You want me to pull it down? Maybe I'm hitting something else. There you go. How about that? That's about as low as I can get the light. Camera group. How's that feel? Okay. I think I'm gonna need to come further aft. Okay. Further. I think I can work it from here. I think I can work it from here. I can probably get you a little more room. When it's time to close the hatch, I may need to go a little more port. After. Okay, right here you say put the DCM, SUs to DCM? Yes. Okay. EV1 in works. EV2 in works.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover are back inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock with the thermal cover closed.
Any more than a 5-inch gap anywhere on the thermal cover.
It looks good. I don't see any gaps from my perspective.
Copy that. Thank you.
Welcome. EB1 SCU to DCM. Locked. Full test. And by for EB2.
This view of JAXA astronaut, Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency Soichi Noguchi, and NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. These two were maneuvering the Canadarm2 from inside the International Space Station today and helping Victor Glover reach where he needed to be on his various work sites.
And Hopper confirmed your SCU is connected?
Nope, not yet.
Copy.
Okay, EB2. SCU is connected.
Okay, copy that. Reminder, a TCV setting of 8 will minimize the SCU cooling time. And with that, you guys can switch water to off. Expect your H2O is off message.
EB1, water off. EB2, water off.
Copy that. That starts our 2-minute timer before closing the hatch.
Okay.
Rubins and Noguchi in your screen now are standing by to help the astronauts out of their suits after depressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. The start of depressurization will mark the end of the spacewalk, but will be on the air until the astronauts remove their helmets.
Before I move the hatch, there's a lot of stuff in here. It wants to go everywhere.
Copy all.
Okay, Palmer, now I'm seeing a little bit of a gap in the thermal cover, but it's maybe 2 inches on the forward side. Doing a little potato chipping.
Copy that. That's a good config.
EB1.
Okay, that's the completion of the 2-minute timer. Again, verifying the hatchway is clear, and verify also that the handle position is per the hatch decal, then you can close the hatch.
Work. All right, I'm going to need to come down your way a little bit, Roger. Yeah, I'm
far forward as I can get. Stand by, I can give you maybe a little more. About that. Perfect.
5 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk, and Victor Glover working to close the hatch.
I might need to go down a little bit more. My foot's covering something. Okay. The left foot. Perfect. Whatever you just did, that did it. Thank you. All right. There a closing decal?
There is not.
Interesting.
At least I didn't see it, yeah.
Okay, so latched.
Put it in the lock.
Before you move it?
Oh, no. Once you put it in the lock position, or the latch position, I put it in lock.
Yep. Copy. Okay, going counterclockwise. Latched and locked. Wait. Full test. Hatch is closed. Antenna is closed.
Copy that. Hatch closed and locked. With that, Hopper, you can switch on the UIA oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 to open.
And that's a check. Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are already open.
Yep, good call. Next, switch power EV1 and 2 to on.
Power EV1 is on with a good light, volts 18.6. Power EV2 is on with a good light, volts 18.6.
Good words. On your DCM, switch power to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
One power SCU.
EV2, power SCU.
The Quest airlock hatch is now closed as the astronauts prepare for repressurization.
Okay, with that, over to you, Soichi, to continue with crew lock repress and the repress key card.
Copy, Farmer. Thanks for your help. And EB1, EB2 are ready for the crew lock repress.
We are ready.
EB1, EB2, set O2 actuator to press.
Press. Oh, EB1.
EV2, press.
Copy. And the number 2, check the EV hatch MPEV closed.
MPEV closed.
Okay, check, great. Okay, now we are starting to repress IB hatch equalization valve throttle off to norm and we'll keep it very, very slow. If you guys are ready, we're starting the repress.
EV1, EV2.
Houston Station, repress start at 0617.
Houston, copy, 0617.
And the EB1, EB2, expect alert tone.
EV1, 2.
And the EB1, EB2, how do you like the rate of repress?
For EV2, sorry. Good job. No worries.
Copy, good rate. We'll keep it slow.
The beginning of repressurization marks the official end of the spacewalk at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, bringing today's total to a 5-hour and 19-minute spacewalk, beginning at 6:56 a.m. Central Time this morning. Today's spacewalk, which started at 6:56 a.m. Central Time, has now completed, wrapping up at 12:16 p.m. Central Time, marking a 5-hour and 20-minute spacewalk for Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover. Repressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Meanwhile, this view from the equipment lock side, you have Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubins stepping the astronauts through their procedures.
Over to EV1. Over to Hopper. Yeah, you can increase a little bit.
Okay, we're going to slightly increase the rate. Okay, rate increase, how do you like the speed? EV1, EV2?
EV1's good to go. EV2's good.
And EV1, EV2, the next action is when the crew lock at 4.0, you will hear the alert tone. And the crew lock at 5, we will close the equalization valve to off. And you guys expect under that alert tone. How copy?
EV1. 2.
Thank you.
As repressurization continues, a look back at what the astronauts accomplished on today's spacewalk. Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover completed the battery replacement work that began in January 2017 by securing the final lithium-ion battery to the International Space Station and installing the final adapter plate that completes the power circuit. They also drilled one bolt to secure the DCSU, or the direct current switching unit, before Mike Hopkins moved to remove an H-fixture, which helps prepare the space station for future power upgrades. Victor Glover moved on to a CP3 HD camera installation on the starboard truss, and Mike Hopkins completed the Japanese experiment module remote manipulator system upgrade for a new camera there as well. The duo worked together to complete an upgrade for a CP13 HD camera installed outside the U.S. lab, and that completed the major tasks for the day, so they moved on to get-aheads. Mike Hopkins completed an additional H-fixture removal. Meanwhile, Victor Glover worked on an articulating portable foot restraint, helping configure that for a future spacewalk. Glover also removed and replaced an airlock magnet that will help the thermal cover stay in place, and Hopkins took photos of the exterior of the space station to document its current state. That brought us to a 5-hour and 20-minute spacewalk.
EV1, EV2, how do you like the rate?
Okay, if you want to go up a little. EV2, yes, too.
So EV2, you're good with going up?
Yep.
Thank you. Increasing. And repress rate increased.
With the completion of today's spacewalk, we have a look at the updated numbers. It was the 234th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the second spacewalk conducted this year and the third for Expedition 64, one of those being conducted out of the Poist module and 2 out of the Quest module, which you saw today. This was the 4th spacewalk of Hopkins' career for a total of 25 hours and 14 minutes. It was the second spacewalk of Glover's career for a total of 12 hours and 16 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 20 minutes in total, And of the 234 spacewalks that have occurred in support of station assembly maintenance and upgrades, totals 61 days, 7 hours, and 7 minutes of spacewalking time.
EV1, EV2, how do you like the rate?
EV1 good. EV2 is good. If you need to go up a little bit, I'm okay, Ike, if you want. Same.
Copy. Assume it'll be a 4.0, so we're looking for the 5.0. Do we increase the rate?
Yes. All right, I see 4.0 ED2.
Copy 4.0. We'll stop at 5.0.
We're in a satellite handover to the International Space Station, the spacewalk having wrapped up at 12:16 p.m. Central Time and lasting 5 hours and 20 minutes. Repressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock.
ED2, I see 5.0.
EV1, EV2, ID hatch equalization valve is off, and now we're starting 2-minute timer.
Roger that, and I show 5.1 as the final.
Copy 5.1.
ED1.
Soichi Noguchi of JAXA and Kate Rubins of NASA monitoring the repressurization of the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Again, today's spacewalk lasting 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Houston Station, the P1 is 2:48. I need 1 more minute for P2.
Houston copies and concurs.
Drew from EV1. Just want to say thanks to the entire ISS Upgrades 2 team, Farmer and Vincent and everybody else that worked this one. Well done. Sorry we got out a little late, but I think we had a very, very, very good day, and really appreciate you guys had everything was solid and made it easy to execute. So thanks everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Hopper. Appreciate it. You guys did a great job today. Thanks for being flexible. We got a ton of stuff done and made Station a much more capable place today. Thanks. Great work.
Thanks, Farmer. Nice job.
Hey, Hopper, if you guys leave the door on time, you finish all the contents of EVA 3. The Houston Station, the P2 is 2:48, so no change.
Airlock Houston copies. You are go to continue.
On EV2, check switch grab heaters OFF.
EV1 OFF.
EV2 OFF.
Great. EV1, EV2, check gloves for contamination.
EV1, no change on my gloves.
EV2 clean.
Copy. Okay, there's a warning about the craft checklist. Obviously, doesn't apply to us. Okay, next is action. EV1, EV2, auto actuator to IV.
EV1 IV.
EV2 IV.
Great. Next is we're gonna IV hatch equalization valve moving to norm. EV members expect alert tone.
EV1.
2.
And equalization valve is open slightly. How do you like the rate?
EV1 good to go.
EV2 good to go.
And EV1, EV2, if at any time you want to decrease the speed, say out 5. Otherwise, I'm going to slowly increase the speed of repress.
EV1.
2.
EV1, EV2, we're going to slightly increase the rate.
EV1. 2.
Coming up on 20 minutes since completion of today's spacewalk, which is the repressurization beginning of the crew log portion of the Quest airlock. Repressurization continues.
Yeah, EV2, we're going to increase the rate.
EV1, through.
Thank you.
As repressurization continues in the crew log portion of the Quest airlock, another look back at all of the tasks completed today by our spacewalkers. The battery upgrades that began in January 2017 were completed today when a final lithium-ion battery was secured to the International Space Station and a final adapter plate was installed, completing that power circuit. Mike Hopkins also removed an H-fixture, and 3 cameras were installed as well. A CP3 camera, an HD camera that is, on the starboard truss, the Japanese Experiment Module Remote Manipulator System camera, and a CP13 HD camera installed outside the U.S. lab. The astronauts completed all of their major tasks today, allowing them the opportunity to move into their get-ahead task, which included another H-fixture removal, preparing the International Space Station for future power upgrades. And Victor Glover worked to configure an articulating portable foot restraint, or APFR, for a future spacewalk. He also removed and replaced an airlock magnet to help keep the thermal cover closed. Meanwhile, Mike Hopkins took photos of the International Space Station to document its current state. That brought today's spacewalk to 5 hours and 20 minutes.
EV1, EV2, how do you like the rate? We're almost coming to a 600.
Copy. EV1's good. EV2's good.
I'm going to stay this rate.
Airlock Houston, space to ground 1 for words on the next procedure, 1.240.
Yeah, 1240, go for it.
Okay, Suichi, we don't think you're going to need step 1. We will take care of step 4, and you do not have to perform step 5 or 6 as well.
Skip step 1, and you take 4, 5, and basically 6 as well. Okay. Okay, we don't have to do 5 or 6. Copy.
Another look back at today's numbers. This was the 234th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And it was the second spacewalk of the year, but the third for Expedition 64, one having occurred out of the POISC module and 2 out of the Quest module, as we saw today. It was the 4th spacewalk of Mike Hopkins' career, totaling 25 hours and 14 minutes in all, and the second for Victor Glover, who now has 12 hours and 16 minutes of spacewalking time. Today's spacewalk lasted 5 hours and 20 minutes, and of all of the spacewalks conducted at the International Space Station, they had totaled 61 days, 7 hours, and 7 minutes of spacewalking time.
Houston Station on 1. Now the crew of DPDT is almost 0, so if you guys concur, we're moving on to the 1.240 post-EVA.
Airlock Houston, we are tracking and we concur.
Copy. So moving on to out of the Q car, we're moving on to post-EVA. EV1, EV2, we are now officially in post-EVA, and we will now open the hatch for decals, so stand by for that.
EV1. EV2.
With repressurization complete, JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi prepares to open the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock.
And copper, we're traveling the ETBCG.
Yep, I think that's a good plan.
NASA astronaut Kate Rubins now working to move Mike Hopkins, our EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1, into the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, where she and Soichi Noguchi will help him doff his spacesuit.
82 Hopper, I'm going to take your safer from here. So can you grab onto the 100? 100? Yeah, that's good.
Airlock, Houston, space to ground 1, crew, EV crew is no longer hot mic.
Soichi Noguchi has removed Mike Hopkins' safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue. And as you saw, we didn't need that today, but always useful to have just in case. That would help the astronaut maneuver back to the International Space Station should they become detached for any reason. However, they are always using tethers to stay attached. With Hopkins back inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, Rubens and Noguchi will work to maneuver Glover back into the equipment lock portion as well. This is where they will help the spacewalkers doff their spacesuits after today's 5-hour and 20-minute spacewalk, starting at 6:56 a.m. Central Time and ending at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. 12:16 p.m. Central Time, that is. The International Space Station is currently flying 262 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean to the west of French Polynesia. As you can see, both spacewalkers are now back inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. And NASA astronaut Victor Glover's safer or simplified aid for EVA rescue has been removed as well. You can see the workstation that allows for connections to tools and tethers has been removed from Victor Glover. The astronauts now preparing to doff their suits. Another look back at everything they accomplished today, completing all of their scheduled tasks and even several of their get-ahead tasks. First, the spacewalkers completed the battery upgrades that began in January 2017 by driving a final bolt into a lithium-ion battery and installing a final adapter plate to complete the power circuit. They also installed a bolt into a DCSU, or direct current switching unit, before Mike Hopkins moved to remove an H-fixture. That prepares the International Space Station for future power upgrades. There were 3 cameras upgraded or replaced today. The first was a CP3 HD camera at the starboard truss. There was also a camera replaced on the Japanese experiment module remote manipulator system, and a CP13 HD camera installed outside the U.S. lab. That completed the main scheduled tasks for our spacewalkers, and they moved into get-ahead tasks, beginning with another H-fixture removal by Hopkins and APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint configuration, for a future spacewalk by Victor Glover. Glover also removed and replaced an airlock magnet to help the thermal cover stay closed, and Hopkins took photos of the exterior of the station to document its current state. From the time the spacewalkers switched their suits to internal power at 6:56 a.m. Central Time this morning, it took them 5 hours and 20 minutes to complete the aforementioned tasks, concluding the spacewalk at 12:16 p.m. Central Time. The installation of the battery completed today, as well as the 3 cameras, have all been reported to be in good configuration. Hopkins and Glover are now removing their spacewalk gloves, which can be very rigid to use in the during a spacewalk outside the International Space Station. So the suit is kept at a pressure of 4.3 psi, or pounds per square inch, to make that flexibility a little bit easier. And Victor Glover is all smiles after having his helmet removed, today being his second spacewalk after completing his first just last Wednesday. Soichi Noguchi and Kate Rubins working to remove the helmet from Mike Hopkins, today's lead spacewalker. Now that both astronauts have their helmets removed, we are going to wrap up today's coverage. Thanks so much for tuning in to the Spacewalk today, where Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover completed the final upgrades of the battery power system, as well as installed 3 new cameras. We are looking forward to 2 other EVAs or spacewalks in the future, and we hope you'll join us for those as well, so stay tuned for more information. But for today, that's it for us. This is Mission Control Houston.